can we hear sound? North Sydney Oval, check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Do we have sound? Do we have sound, please, everybody? Sound check, check 1, 2, check 1, 2.
Anything. Yeah, absolutely nothing. Different, so I know which is which.
I'm going to be smart because I've got 2 microphones. They're both connected. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Sound check North Sydney Oval on the secondary sound port in the encoder. So this is the sound. Back to the
right, do you want to do one more just to make sure?
1, 2, and then you can get going because then it's 9:30. It gives you half an hour to settle out and drink.
And go to the toilet and get some water. Yeah, all of those things.
1, 2, 3, 4. Sound check North Sydney Oval. That's ready here with you. We'll call in North Sydney once again. This time in a 2-day postcode, a very rare Sunday video of a beautiful North Sydney Oval. And just about ready to rock and roll here. Up 10 o'clock start. Dylan Mays and Brett Atherton at the Bruce. Mays 10, Atherton is 15. Been chasing 251 more runs here for victory. Campbelltown, Camden up to get an important first grade win for them.
I'm clearer because I think he's still looking at the south of the town as well, so I want to move as close to Campbelltown.
I'm not even sure.
I'm not sure that's working. I think, but I think putting it in the other one kills it. That kills it. this way.
I know that this is the same.
Oh yeah, I know. But
That doesn't work.
yeah.
Service and
It's still working.
I'm sure it's been on the Facebook page.
It has. I did that this morning.
Yes.
One of my
Again,
jobs.
thank you so much, Prem. I do appreciate the
No, no, it's lovely to have you. I will talk to Robert about it. The one that says microphone
It's not working.
is not even that. It's killing.
And you can see that the microphone's got different microphones and splitters and it's still
Yeah, so it's not your kit. I'll talk to them about that for the future.
You go, I'm fine, thank you. I'll catch you. Am I okay to get a solid roll on software? Is she
Of course,
operational?
different people than you know before, but I will tell them who you are and that we're going to give you a puzzle.
Thank you very much.
Right, I need to go there anyway and get water, so I'll do that now.
Best wishes. Have a great day.
You.
Good luck.
If you need anything.
I will try not to.
Mares is shorter and has a blue helmet, and Anderson is taller and has a
Who's
black
on
helmet.
strike? Do you remember?
I wrote it down.
So
but I can
their mares is shorter, and did you say blue and Atherton?
It's taller and has a black helmet and was in long sleeves yesterday. Mares should be on strike, and the scoreboard's got a little star.
That's got start, thank you, great. And I've got that'll be live and update because that's actually working terrifically.
It was, yes, and if it ever doesn't, just text me, it will just be because my internet isn't strong.
Yes, I'm very lucky because my iPad's got 5G and I'm got my work phone.
Yeah, they are.
Righto, thank you, have a lovely day.
I have got my phone, and sometimes the hotspot dies, so if that happens, just
Get it, take care, enjoy.
Andrew and myself, we flew there to watch the
But one of the boys, like a young Everett, he basically just said that look, basically Sam plays first grade here in Sydney with well-prepared pitches. It's like he's batting on the M2 every week, and then he's going down to Tasmania and basically we've been bowler friendly. And it was really tough for the others in particular. And in actual fact, in hindsight, if you look at that, Sam's obviously your best bat, right? Under those circumstances, you put him in number 4 or 5. That change, you know what I mean? Like go over the batting and sacrifice that talent to the shooting positions like let everyone else do it, and then have him come in a bit later and hopefully it's a bit easier and he can do it.
before going there, he scored a century in first grade. After coming from there, he scored a century in first grade. He scored the same as like 8 years. He just scored century. He scored 1,000 runs for Lucknow.
And the white ball gets old really, really quickly. So, as what he was saying is, if you have to go to pitch with a bit in it, you're better off putting your best bats, maybe 5, 6, and 7, and even throwing someone up the top order who whacks him, and if he gets out, okay. But that white ball after 10 overs, you're able to start batting, and it's a consistent thing. It's the blokes that are brought up on really flat decks. They go and play in these championships in other states in foreign conditions, and they have a few troubles. Look at everybody going to play England. Everybody from whichever country you want to name, they always take a lot of Indies to home and New Zealand because the ball goes because it's such a big pickle.
Yeah. Look, it is what it is, but considering the bowling lineup that they had and the material they didn't have, they did very well to get through. And I even sort of look at it and think, gee, considering the fact that they left Dan Francis up the top, in a way, maybe for Sam's benefit, it was benefiting to have that experience. And you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be tough sometimes. You've got to look at that.
And also the team went through some health issue like bugs, and they had like vomiting and all that. Half the people vomiting and then to recover from that. Like Riley, when he was batting the first game, he actually on the pitch he vomited. When he drank water, he vomited because they ate something in the town and they got the bug. They had some pizza. And because of that, they had some stomach bug. They all vomited. So Sam was also not well.
Yeah, right.
We had a lot of friends over there, so we said, so you want to go and watch? We said, let's go in the morning. Stay there.
Was it played at the London Stadium earlier? The Big Bash place? Was that when they played the final?
No, because there was Sixers. Sixers were playing. Steve Smith was playing. So that's why they had to play in another ground. Otherwise, they were supposed to play in that. Because Big Bash didn't do it.
That would have been nice. So, big run chase today.
I think we can see. Our team is like a junior team. It's a very young team.
I know you guys had a couple of guys go out the last minute. Did some coaches or something.
Scored and another
Still around.
three of only just a few. It's like it's come and go.
I mean, like, I had COVID and I had the flu. The flu was worse. Like, you know,
I mean, you will not notice the difference between COVID and flu. Just two different viruses, the same thing. That's it. The other thing is, also there are some senior players who have injuries or coming back from injuries, so they are not playing. But that was good. So young players like Andrew and Riley, they get a chance to play. 4 or 5 players out, I think.
Oh, look, we went on a view either. I mean, basically, Justin Remendano's still injured. He's been injured most. He's been injured or playing Big Bash, or at least in reserves for Big Bash for most of the season. So we've hardly had Justin available for us most of the season. TJ's just come back from injury.
That's why I was asking whether when first class players play, if you play against some first class players, it's a different experience. Playing against normal players, first class players who come down and play first class.
Any chance? Any game?
Bigger clubs you will get. I thought UTS will have one or two.
Apparently, you see Manly yesterday? Manly, absolutely skidded the Northern District. They had most of their, I think they had most of their top players available. So, would have been quite an experience, but, I mean, geez, sounds like they really beat the other guys up.
Last year, Ryan was there. Last year, he played there.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I'm not sure, but I know they have Ryan Henry, Joel Foster, there's the two boys, what are they? I can't remember. Edwards. Jack Edwards and Nicky Edwards, those two guys. So I'll tell you what, like last year, we had T20 here against Manly, and Mornay Hawke played for them. Yeah. So Tim got to face Mornay Hawke and.
So how come he gets
he was coach over at Manly last year.
So he can play.
And then basically all I had to do was just register him so he could play.
It's an international player, right?
He played a couple of T20s, that's basically it.
So by the rule he can play for first year?
It's different tournament.
No, this is like the first grade T20 tournament here. Like the normal first grade Kings Road Cup T20 tournament.
That's not fair to the other team.
I want the experience of playing against Mornay Hawke. I want the experience of being on the field with that guy. I don't give a shit about is it fair.
all you can hear on live streaming is your particularly lovely voice going live across Australia.
Fantastic. I remember when and he was just like getting his first game. And he had a first electoral program against Boston. Right? Boston. And who's opening the ball for Boston? Straight away. Oh my God, he's so weird. One boy gets the coach straight away. But that's just unreal. And sure enough, 2 months ago, got the place first. He was not my senior ball. Didn't get out, but didn't go to town at all. It was interesting actually. He wasn't, I don't know whether he was sort of a one-off game for him. And I don't know if maybe his ability was not had quite him with him or something. He still looked pretty good for me. But the other opener managed to hit a couple of boundaries off him one over. And it wasn't a disgraceful opening spill, but it wasn't quite wow. But then he came back to bowl his last 2 overs later in the game and took 2 for 4. He completely screwed us into the game. Basically won the game.
Also, it's a psychological. So this will be real, it's not any other
Oh yeah. You're not as worried about it, but there you go. But yeah. That's the thing. So you could who cares what? I can see you talking about some places. Look, wow. Potentially a couple of other parties as well, funded that scoreboard. Massive. Like the Australian cricket board's probably cost 5. So it cost 8 Australian cricket boards to pay for that scoreboard. Now, like, if we're going to go to the partnership then why do you sort of like the fact that the local cricket company pays about $1,000 every time we pay here, we have to pay $1,000. It's really close enough. Yeah. Right? I mean, why don't you just turn around and say, hey, look at all this stuff, like, come on, we're going to count some subsidies for the local club for the next 3 years. Come on, they can have normal rates, they won't have a separated from us. Hey, the local club here, we need you to guarantee they get access to this ground for a certain number of days or a certain number of games every year. At the moment, we struggle to get first grade on the field. Most other clubs, where do PTs come? Where do the green sheets come? At Rain, at your home ground, at your first grade ground. Right? We play down at 50 times. Now, nice ground and all the rest of it. It would just be unreal, wouldn't it? And your boys coming here to pay here. Everyone would love this, yeah? Oh, yeah. Fucking I feel like I'm walking out the SCG sort of thing, you know what I mean?
They should support the ground.
It's a replica of a city for them.
Yeah, exactly. But no, we don't get to do it. And as I say, basically, I would like, I mean, put some pressure on these guys. They all have some decent facilities. I mean, seriously, we've got to know these guys. We should have some spots around. We should have an indoor training facility here. Right? I mean, for a start, we couldn't train like a couple of weeks ago because the Australian side was training on the number 2. Right? So, why don't you have an indoor facility for them? got so many games, like the big games. There's ball is winning here on stage.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, mate. There's certainly other wins.
Recognise this?
Yeah, absolutely. But no, the men's in the men's.
Oh, Sydney Oval again. I'm in broadcasting in N3. I am indeed. I just thought I'd share that with you. I love to call you when I'm commentating. It's good to catch up. So how are you?
See that one there? That's the
Very good.
box. I'm really not sure what the
Oh, lovely. Shiraz or Cab Sav?
In actual fact, that's
So we had a massive electrical thunderstorm that was really, really hot. We had a particular Sydney Ferry storm last night that got test class colours for this. So it was lightning and everything. I stayed in the hotel so here and we started at 10 o'clock this morning, so I'm looking forward to it. And you're both well? You're both well?
We had all the stands. It's like this.
Very good.
This has got that character.
Patricia Jones going okay? No, she sounds chirpy when I've heard her in the background. So it's good. All right, well, have a lovely day. Enjoy your relaxing Sunday. And,
The old stuff.
Take care. Take care. Look at yourself. Bye-bye then.
Not everything, ground maybe, and then
Added loads of whole grains, removed tons of sugar and salt, and taken away an honour you'll love. Australia's healthiest supermarket-owned brands 4 years in a row.
Have a good day all. Enjoy the cricket. Look after yourself. Bye-bye.
You have to make all your commentary yourself now.
Oh, no, I don't have a super guest star, do I? You please feel free to come back and talk to me.
When he was in his 80s. Instantly, the finger's gone up. Will in their review, I think so. They've already reviewed, I'm told. Someone playing a sweep shot. Got to the defense. Nathan Lyon is on fire. And it's the way shot. This is beautifully ball. Caught in no man's land, really, Rohit Sharma. Not forward, not back, and that tells you when a bowler manages to do that, he's bowled the absolute right leg. Where a batsman is not sure whether to go forward or back. Right now, Pujara. That one's gone bad. Again, huge appeal. Again, with the Edwards from Marchand every wicket. Oh, has he taken it? Has he taken it? This is a brilliant, brilliant catch. It'll go down in the score sheet as the bowler's wicket. Catch like that was clipped firmly off the back foot. And Peter Hanscom, he stayed down. He got lucky, didn't he? Hit him on the forearm. He didn't know much about it, but then he had the presence to keep watching the ball. It's rolled up his arm and it's rolled into his hands. That is a big, big dismissal. Trace Iyer, a good player of spin. Hanscom cuts from the back foot. Quick on the field. He'll take the ball to the boundary. It's gone through the top, I think. And they race away to the boundary. Double in the over, 84 for 4. That's in the air by requires hit powerfully by Jadeja. Let's go runs to finish the over. 95 for 4. Oh, 2 sounds. The finger's gone up. Well, he does get out in this fashion when he plays bat and pad. And he's saying, no, definite 2 sounds. Lifted the finger. Virat Kohli straight away goes up. He's not showing bad.
Just a sound check 1 2, sound check 1 2. Good morning everybody from North Sydney Oval. David Redden here with you. Belvidere Cup first grade, North Sydney and Campbelltown Camden. Very rare Saturday, Sunday first grade game, and this particular game is poised. It's going to be a fascinating day. So just to give you a bit of context, Campbelltown yesterday made 276 off 88 overs. Top score Andrew Sallin with an excellent 96. And just running through the full card for you. Tane Nunn 1, Nathan Baker 34, Akshat Mishra 5, Toby Flynn Duncan the skipper 45, Andrew Sallin 96, Roller Kingsall 36, Thomas Patterson 5, Raheem Abdul 13, Jacob Murphy 20, Ryan Freeman an important 18 not out off 64 rocks, and Luke Courtney the last man out for North. Bowlers for North Sydney. James Campbell 2.5 overs, none for 3. Oliver Knight 3 for 68. Fletcher May 3 for 34. Harrison May none for 27. Sam Alexander 2 for 65. And Matt Jenkins the skipper 25 overs, 1 for 77. Reply North Sydney ended up with 7 overs at the end of the day and did quite well then. None for 26. Dylan Mayers will be on strike this morning is 10 knot. Brett Atherton is 15 knot. none for 26. So they had 251 for a maximum 96 overs here today. Now, for those of you that aren't aware, in Sydney we had a massive storm last night. Fireworks, electrics, lightning, thunder, the whole kit and caboodle, and quite a bit of rain in different parts of Sydney. North Sydney Oval, of course, has got first-class covers and very good drainage, and as you can see, you'll be able to see in the picture shortly. Ground in excellent condition. The pitch, I had a look at it earlier, it's dry, got a little bit of grass. I think it's a very fair wicket, and looking forward to a massive day of cricket here at North Sydney Oval. It's great to be here once again. Thank you to Sarah Berman and the crew at North Sydney Oval and at North Sydney Cricket Club for having me along. It's a privilege to be here with you at this magnificent place. Play will get going very shortly at 10 o'clock. Now, while I've got you there, I'll just run through some amazing scores in Sydney grade cricket yesterday, and genuinely these were amazing. Penrith 6 for 333 declared off just 73 overs. Blacktown Mounties 4 for 54. As stated before, Campbelltown, Camden 276, North Sydney none for 26. Sutherland all out for 98 against Bankstown off almost 47 overs, and Bankstown put the foot down 6 for 260. They'll be in 110 points today. Western Suburbs all out 175 for 49 overs, and they've turned around Eastern Suburbs 9 for 137 off 44. So that game, again, possibility of 10 points. That's at Waverley. At Owen Earl Oval, a great place out there in Richmond. Hawkesbury all out 152, Mossman 1 for 45 in reply. Here's the one that, when I was checking scores yesterday, amazed me with the umpires coming up. Northern District all out 51 of 43 overs. That's right, 51. Manly 3 for 124 when stumps were drawn. Parramatta 255 off 75 overs. Fairfield 25 off 9 overs. There were rain and bad light interruption all over Sydney. St George going along nicely. Randwick Petersham 184 all out. St George chasing 3 for 90 off 28 overs. That's a first of all. Sydney Indy batted all day, 88.3 overs, 9 for 254 against Sydney at Drummoyne Oval. Now this game, I reckon there's almost a 100% chance this will go to 10 points. Gordon all out 99 in their second dig, they're none for 24. The University of New South Wales ended up 8 for 192 before they declared. So that game, looking again, they'll be pushing for 10 points here in that game. But again, back here, umpires have gone out in the middle, and we're just about ready to rock and roll. It's a 10 o'clock start. Mares and Atherton will be taking, Mares will probably take strike, we believe. So it's Dylan Mares and Brent Atherton. And we're very close to the start of play here. Looking forward to what should be an intriguing day again. North Sydney need 251. They've got 10 wickets in the shed. It is cloudy and overcast here in Sydney, and we're expecting the ball to do a bit. A little bit of grass on the deck. There's superficial cracking when I went out there. Might be a little bit of turn and bounce later on. And I just can't wait to get into this game. Looking forward very much to calling it for you at this lovely place. We're down here at Long Off in the Charlie McCartney stand. That's a Bob stand in the background, you can see. This heritage listed famous place. It's just a grants announced during the week to develop North Sydney Oval, which is great to see. You've got to keep on going and keep on moving. And of course, home of BBL, WBBL, all sorts of cricket gets played here. And it's just a wonderful place to be. Nearly ready to rock and roll. The umpires are out in the middle. Hello umpires, how are you? Good to see you, sir. And Campbelltown just about ready to, Camden batsman bowlers just about ready to come out. North Sydney batsmen are there, Mares and Atherton. And here come Campbelltown onto as his protocol. Fielding to him on first, and on come the batsman. Dylan Mares is the shorter of the two, Brent Atherton, the taller of the two batsmen. Really, really interesting day here. 251 to get. You would expect the ball to do a bit this morning. It's only 7 overs old. So this will be a very, very interesting morning's play, I suspect. You expect the pitch to flatten out, and hopefully the conditions will flatten out a bit as well. Courtney and Abdul did all the bowling last night. Raheem Abdul will probably be due to bowl here. And the messages, I've got to turn the messages off my phone. I've got this cricket on all over the place today. One of my commentary colleagues saying this farcical scenes a little bit further around north, so it'd be fascinating to see what's going on up there. So it's 10 o'clock, we're about ready to rock and roll. It should be a fascinating morning in particular. what will happen here this morning? How will North Sydney go about it? The required run rate's only really 2.60. They can afford to bat all day. Patterson will take the ball here, so change of bowler. Tom Patterson's got the ball here at McCartney's stand end. He hasn't bowled yet. He's got the new ball this morning. Side screen's right. Rock and roll time. It's 10, just after 10 o'clock. Welcome to cricket once again. North Sydney and Campbelltown, Camden here at North Sydney Oval. David Redden in commentary. Patterson has the ball. We are go. Enjoy the day. I'm sure we all will here at North Sydney. Just wait for the scorers to acknowledge. Freeman's the bowler. Thank you very much, scorers. Appreciate that. Apologies, everybody. First ball, just back of a length, defended by Nares, no run. So Freeman has the rock. Ryan Freeman, it's his first ball in this innings. So Campbelltown, Camden going with a pretty traditional field. Man under at mid-on, almost an extra cover point, backward point, gully, 2 slips. And a long leg really is very, very wide out there. It's not really a fine leg. More of a backward square, and on the onside there's a mid-on and a forward square leg. Pretty standard field. Freeman bowling to Megs. Beautiful shot, gets a full ball, that's 4. Save him. Flicked off his leg. Freeman over pitching. Megs taking top. None for 30 is the score. Warming up gradually, still it's a heavy bank of cloud overhead. Forecast in Sydney today is 27 degrees and cloudy, so a lot better than yesterday where it was absolutely hot in parts of Sydney. I worked in the city yesterday, it was very warm there. And out west was 37s and 38s. And remarkably, those scores that I read for you earlier on show that there's been some rain during the week, which is having a lot in them. Freeman coming in from the southern end. Odd leg stump. Nares doesn't cash in. No run. Gotta love Sunday 2-day cricket. Double-header this weekend. Not double-header, a 2-day game on one weekend to get the season's draw in order. Freeman from the McCartney stand. Short, doesn't bounce much at all. What if he took a bit off that? Didn't bounce much at all. Hope you're all well, everybody. Cheerio to our wonderful scorers. Everybody involved in today's game. Hope you're all very well. It's none for 30. Freeman has none for 4 in his first over. Nares is 14. Atherton, who's yet to face strike this morning, is 15 9. Got the wristband working on his bowling hand today. Driving, should be a run, couple of runs here. That's 1. Chase is on here. Nares gets 2. Good chase keeps it just to 2. Nares moves on to 16. Atherton 15, none for 32. One delivery left in this, the first over today. 95 more maximum today. This superb scoreboard over our right. It is a great set. It's so easy to read. Full ball again and wide. Keeper does well to keep that to no runs, and that's the over. So 6 off the first over there. North Sydney in chase of 277 and none for 32. I wonder whether Courtney will come on now and sees he bowled 4 last night. Atherton will take strike. And it is Courtney. He's got none for 15 off his 4 overs last night. Brett Atherton will take strike. She thought the same sort of field. So Freeman's going to long leg. Interestingly here, Courtney's going to bowl to a 7-2 and bowl around the wicket left-hander. So the line's going to be 4th and 5th stump. Fill for you is 1, 2 slips. I'm just saying, waiting to see when they get set. If I've got 2 slips and 2 gullies or 3 slips and a gully. A backward point and a point. And there's a gap there to drive through cover. Mid-off. Mid-on's the only man in front of the square on the leg side, and then 3 men down a long leg. Toby Filling-Duncan getting his field right here. He's going with a gully. Just waiting to see where these slips end up to describe it to you, because they're right in front of us. Filling-Duncan has 2 slips, a wandering split at about a 4.5 slip, and then a traditional gully. So I think they're trying to get him to drive. Here comes Courtney from the bob stand end. Not much bounce there. Well left. Keeper taking that down with his ankles, actually. None for 32 is the score. Mares 15, Atherton on strike is 15. Sorry, Mares 16, Atherton 15. Courtney into his 5th over. Interesting position, that wandering split there. So we've got basically 2 gullies who are nowhere near each other, just on the left-hand side. You can see the finer of the 2 gullies or wandering split there on his own. Straight to him. Wouldn't believe it. Back up there for Anthony. Nice shot. Well fielded at wandering split. Sun's trying to do its best to break through here. This pitch is on the eastern side of the square, right hand side of your screen. That boundary out there, the square is not very long from having done some PGs and a 1-day games earlier in the season. Atherton on the straight back lift, that is here. Well defended. Right on line early on. Some interesting test matches taking place around the world at the moment. Stuart Broad had a night out last night at Mount Macanui. 4 wickets, he took, and all 4 of them in Castleton, which is the most unusual test level. And of course, Australia right in their test match in New Delhi, dismissing India 1 run short of the Australian total of 263. Australia in their second innings at 1 for 61. With Travis Head opening the batting, with Renshaw slipping down the order. Renshaw, of course, a concussion subject for David Warren. Courtney on from the northern end. Get him reaching a bit there. The dive eye linked back a touch. Atherton good enough to defend it to the wide of the 2 gullies. The Bob stand, the Molly dive stand, the Duncan Thompson stand, and above me where I am, I'm right down the bottom of the Charlie McCartney's stand in this place. That one's really come back off a bit, brilliantly kept actually. Interesting lead from Atherton because there was shape on that ball. It seemed to shape after it bounced. Still there, of course, Atherton. It's none for 32. During the day, we'll try to keep you updated with scores around the grounds in Sydney grade cricket, particularly first grade, of course. Some updates throughout the day. Atherton cutting to the wide of the 2 gullies, no run. That's a major start off from Courtney. His line right straight away. North Sydney, none for 32 after 2 overs this morning. You can see how much cricket's delayed around the place after last night's weather. Looking at scores at the moment, we've had 10 minutes and there's been no play yet. It would appear at Joe McIlroy overlooked Blue Dead. South London are away, they're none for 8. No play yet, it would appear at Waverley. Oh, in fact, the Eastern Terriers are all out, ladies and gentlemen. So the Western Terriers take first innings points there at Waverley, 175 to 137. That's going to be a fascinating afternoon at Waverley. Osman 1 for 45, chasing Hawkesbury. Manly's 1 for 20, 124 for 3. I don't think that game started there. Freeman short. There's punches it to point, no run. Fairfield Liverpool 1 for 31, chasing Parramatta's 256. St George are just away, 3 for 91, chasing Randwick 184. Sydney Uni would appear all out for 265 against Sydney. Drummoyne, Gordon 1 for 33, and their second hit. Still 60 runs or thereabouts short of the University of New South Wales. There's around the grounds for you. 1 for 32. Freeman again. Driving for 2 full. And there's taking toll. With a despairing dive. Just a lovely punch down the ground. Traditional off drive. A little bit too much width there. Put it away. 1 for 36 to score. David Redden here with you on commentary for the UTS North Sydney Cricket Club. Great to be here with you once again at North Sydney Oval. Sun's just out for the first time today. Mears is on 20 and he's going. 2 boundaries this morning. Much better length from Freeman. And Mears defends resolutely. Same field, mid on, forward square, long leg. Ring on the offside, gully at 2 slips. Mears is 20 off 33 rocks. I think it's 15 off 24. It's a good scoring rate. Scoreboard says it's 24 degrees. It's actually quite comfortable at the moment. Warming up. Ground is good. A couple of little spots of sand where they've done some relaying, but generally great hit as you expect at this place. That's the 3rd time this morning he's had an opportunity to work on his pads. Mears a little bit dirty with himself. There's money for jam for left-handers. Once you get it near their legs, it usually move or something like that. Very interesting, as I said. I just can't wait to see what goes on around the grounds this morning. West have looked very pleased that they've picked up the early wicket and dismissed the Easts already. First couple of overs. Fascinating to see the games develop. Who pushes for 10 points today or reversing their advice. Short. Mears doesn't play the holes on that shot. Instead he defends. None for 36 to score. Freeman has none for 10. North Sydney need a further 241 today to get a valuable 6 points. Belvidere Cup action from North Sydney Oval. Commentary on Frog Box, great service that the guys at the Export Frog Box provide, just fantastic. And he gets his own throat Freeman and Mears difference. Just that's the over, just a 1 boundary, a beautiful off drive. It's not for 36 after 3 overs today. Courtney to come on at the Bob stand in the northern end here at North Sydney Oval. Got a few to shake into the left hand in the last over. I want to be very careful leaving outside that off stump. Same field, he's got that floating man in at about a 4 or 4.5 slip, a wider gully, 2 slips. They're the attacking catches for Courtney. Bowling to Atherton. Driving, got it up at stickers, splayed it out to point, no run. Business end of the cricket season now, it's mid-February. Not too many rounds to go before what will be a fascinating final 6 in Sydney first grade cricket. cricket into March and April, of course, here in Sydney. He's working that ball back, and you could see him working on it. Atherton being very disciplined in around that off stump area. That was an effort ball that carried to the keeper at big hip high. So it doesn't look like any play so far at Joe McAleer Oval. You wonder whether they've got a delay there. Of course, there's none for 36 here, North Sydney. Courtney to Atherton. Outside leg stump, very well kept, good lateral footwork by the keeper. So 4 byes there. Courtney expressing his disgust with that delivery. Anywhere else at all. Lovely North Sydney, Sunday morning. Great game of cricket to come this afternoon. Courtney again to Atherton. Driving away from his body, gets it to the straight of the 2 points, no run. Interestingly, no singles this morning. All the runs have been scored by Mares. Atherton just carefully guiding his way through these first hours. I think the first hour is going to be crucial here today. Courtney going straight around the wicket. So Atherton this morning, pointing it on our side. Driving and out. Driving away from his body, lovely catch at point. That's the first wicket of the morning. And he's pretty much bowled for that, trying to get him to play outside of stump. Atherton not moving his feet. Displays a catch to point, and that's a nice catch taken there. So wicket number 1 this morning. North Sydney are 1 for 36. Atherton's gone for 15. Lovely catch taken off Courtney. So Courtney's got 1 for. And they've worked for that. They've got a lot of men behind point on the offside, and he's clearly a plan there that they've come up with. Just a quick break here while the batsman comes out. Just a quick break. Welcome back to North Sydney Oval. Brett Atherton very well caught by Murphy off Courtney at point. Now comes Thomas Jaggett, about at 3. Field switches over for the right-hander. So for the right-hander, the field is 2 slips. It's the exact same, it's a mirror. So Courtney's going to bowl a 7-2. More traditional fine leg down here in front of us and a mid-on. Then a wide mid-off, almost extra cover. We'll call it wide mid-off for 2 minute point from Murphy, who's just taken a nice catch. Wide gully, then a wandering split, 2 slips. Jaggett to face his first ball. Courtney will be charged up. He's bowled well this morning. Taking the early pole. North Sydney 1 for 36. And in comes fine leg. The bowlers asked for him to come into square leg. So no one on the boundary at all. Courtney's last ball of his second over this morning. He has the figures of 1 for 15, 5.5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 15. Campbelltown Camden would love to get another early wicket here early on. Courtney to Jaggett. Short, and work down with fine leg. Jaggett's away. And that's the over. It's 1 for 37. Courtney's got 1 for 16. Jaggett's 1 and he'll take strike. And there's his 20. Atherton the man out. Murphy bowled Courtney for 15 off 29 runs. 4 overs gone this morning. Campbelltown Camden's got their first wicket. So we're changing bowler. Suggest this could be Rahim Abdul. Changing in where Freeman's had 2 overs this morning. Just wait for him to come up. And there it is, Rahim Abdul bowling from McCartney's stand end. Again bowling to a 7-2. So they're certainly planning on bowling outside off stump. You really can't afford to bowl on his legs at all, or even at the middle stump. Got 5 men, correction, 6 men from point and around. Going to bowl outside the off stump. They're leaving cover open to drive, and they've already got a wicket out of it. Abdul the bowl to Jagat. Away we go. Full ball. Again, not that much carry. Left alone. Come back to you at around 10:30 with around the grounds for you in the Belvidere Cup. Abdullah's got a lovely action, rhythmical. He's roared his run up. Not too much wrong with that action, that looks sustainable to me. Jagger works it off his pads. Easy to square leg. Jagger's 3. He's at the University of North Sydney, UTS North Sydney, 1 for 39. UTS O-Day during the week, caught up with Matt Jenkins at the cricket stall. Quite a bit of interest there from people showing interest in UTS North Sydney. A lot of universities in the eastern states start tomorrow, Monday the 20th of February. Abdul. Oh, he's dropped the catch. He snipped him off with an absolute beauty. And if the keeper for mine was almost celebrating before he actually took the catch, if that makes sense to you. The slips are all up. That's a genuine nib. There was a beauty. Abdul, the effort ball, got that one to lift. Hit the edge of the bat high. Unfortunately, they shelled that one. Jagged is 3 with 1 life already. Abdul's got this nice action, reasonably square on. It looks to me like it's a very sustainable action. That is over after over. Same length and again hitting stickers. He's got his length so far, getting a bit of lift. Sharper than Freeman and he's hitting stickers. Jagged, considering now he's got 2 there right at stickers length, he's going to consider just sitting in the front foot. He might have to go and sit on the back foot here when Abdul gets it in and around back of a length. 1 for 39. Abdul has none for 13. He should have 1 for. Again, bowling to Jagged. For the length, Jagged well behind that one, right off the middle. Going to get off, no run. Last ball of the 5th over today. And let go by Jagged, very circumspect after that drop chance. After 25 minutes and 5 overs this morning, UTS North Sydney are 1 for 39. Mares 20, will take strike. Hasn't seen much strike in the last 10 or 12 minutes. Jagged's 3. And they're 39 for 1. Don't be afraid to give us a cheerio on the North Sydney Cricket Club Facebook page. If you're listening to commentary, give us a cheerio and say hello and tell us where you're listening from. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Courtney has changed his line of attack to Mares here, so looks like that was planned at Atherton. Mares, same field, but he's going to bowl over the wicket to Mares. It's the first time that Mares has actually faced Courtney this morning. inside edge. Just managed to get that out. One, should be coming back to turn. No, just taking an easy one. Abdul scurries around. That was a Jaffa from Courtney. Mays had to jam down and got an inside edge on the pad. Squeezed down to a 3/4 lead for the boundary at the fine lane. 1 for 40 now. We thought just a bit in it this morning. Courtney shaking the ball a bit around the place. Jagger. Same feel for him. That forward square left, a mid on, a wide mid off, 2 points. So that cover drive is over. As the choppers fly overhead. Jagger's got one on that inside edge. This will be a couple down the fine leg. Skipper Finn Duncan chasing from slip. Slips a bit. 2 runs. So 2 runs Jagger. Yeah, a genuine inside edge. Courtney looking quite dangerous here this morning actually. Shaping the ball. Jaggett's 5, Mares 21. Sydney 42 for 1. In chase at 277 this morning. We'll have around the grounds or around about 10:30 for you in 4 minutes. Probably at the end of this over actually. I'll give you around the grounds. Back of a length. Jagged defending. No run. David Redden here with you on live streaming. Just great to be here. Watching more really, really good Sydney first grade cricket. I've been privileged this year to run a few games here at Mossegala. It's just fantastic to be here. It really is. Full and oversleeps 4. Courtney indicating that ball went at the head high and didn't go over the sleeps. Another chance on Becky, that was flying. Jagged leaving a charm right here. He's coming out playing shots. He's survived a simple chance at keeper. And that one was absolutely motoring. They say if you're going to flash harder, he did. By my counting, I reckon that's gone from the first and second sleep. Race down the boundary before. North Sydney 1 for 46. Jagged has 9 and there's 21. Courtney has 1 for 23 in the back end of his 7th over. Courtney, as it's seen this morning, has been absolutely dangerous. That one kept a bit low. Jagged got that, to be fair, got that pretty much in the middle of the bat. Don't tell you what, he wouldn't want to miss it. For 46, there's been 20 runs scored this morning in 29 minutes, so a reasonable scoring rate. Full Yorker length, dug out, and that's over. So here, it's North Sydney 1 for 46 and chase at 277. Let's go around the grounds in the Belvidere Cup. No play yet, according to live scoring. Joe McAleer, Penrith 6 for 3 through to declared. Maddie's still, Blacktown Maddie's 4 for 54. North Sydney 1 for 46 here. Bankstown declared at 6 for 260 overnight, and Sutherland in their second innings are none for 26 after being dismissed for 98 in the first innings. Western none for 20 in their second innings against East, having dismissed East and leading on 38 runs in the first innings. Mosman still 1 for 45. I don't think play started over there, chasing Elizabeth 153. Manly and Northern District also at Ascot not underway yet. Manly 124 for 3 ahead of North Sydney 51. First ball from Abdul here. Defended well by Manners. Sheffield Liverpool 1 for 38 off 19 overs, chasing Parramatta's 256. St George 3 for 107 off 33.3 overs, chasing Randall Peterson's 185. Sydney all out 265 and in reply Drummond Oval posted Sydney a none for 11. and Gordon and Dunn for 40 in their second dig. They were dismissed for 99 and the University of New South Wales declared at peak for 192. That's around the grounds for you. Abdul bowling here. Wide of off stump. Cooper takes that length and then no run. Lots of gaps in front of the wicket if Mares can get a ball in the right length. The danger is playing shots behind square and offside. That's a jaffa from Abdul. That's two he's bowled. That's clearly beaten him. Lovely right-handed off cutter. Beats it Mares, all ends up. It's funny when you come to places, beautiful places like this, you watch games and there's 4, 5, 6, 7,000 people coming here for a great game. It's this lovely, lovely tranquil side, just a few people watching, hopefully more. Get along today, if you're not doing anything else, get along to the North Sydney Oval. It's just this real feel of tranquility on the ground at the moment. Driving, that'll be 4. There's that length again in front of square. We were talking about that a minute ago. That's a lovely puck on his legs. And the first time that Mares has really taken the dividends, or he got a fully allowed from Prem, but works that one away. That's a lovely win. They're at 50 now. UTS North City 1 for 50. There's 25. Jacket 9. Abdul wanted to dial his length back just a bit to get the length that he bowled earlier on the over. Very beautiful off cover. That'll be missing leg stump, hitting on the outside of the front pad. No, not giving up. I was interested at all. Keeper wasn't overly interested. The slips were. One for 50. Worked nicely off his hip from Mares, just for single and a long leg. Starting to get it together. His Mares off his pads. And if he can, that makes him dangerous to bowl to. That's over. Abdul has none for 18. He's been a bit unlucky this morning. North Sydney, 1 for 51. Overs left today, 89. Caught in the middle of an excellent spell from the northern end. Mares is 26, and to be fair, he's looked pretty solid this morning. Jaggett 9. He's had a couple of lives already, so we want to make him pay for that those drop chances. Mares to face Courtney, staying over the wicket to Mares. Driving, gets it into the gap, just to the right of mid-off. Just a cheeky single. Pretty comfortable. Jaggett responding. So Mares is 27. Jaggett is 9. 1 for 52. Worked nicely off his legs by Jaggett. This should be 2. Nice tidy punch to square. Easy 2. Nice throw back into the keeper. 1 for 54 now. Sticking with these attacking fields, Toby from Duncan. 2 slips, floating slip, gully. Backward point. Wide mid-off, mid-on. Forward square, so no one on the fence, no fine leg or third man. Really attacking Hardy Campbelltown in this first hour of play. Jaffa from Courtney. Geez, by well this morning. That's just a lovely glue. Shaping that away from Jaggett. Jaggett on the front foot, but beating the lens up. Sun's gone back into a tight in place. Yeah, that's inconsistent. 14.3 overs gone 154 UTS by Sydney. Again, worked off his hip nicely by Jaggett. I'm wondering if they can push for 3 here. 1, 2, thinking of it mares, but says no. A double. Wondering if fine leg will go back here. I think Flynn Duncan is thinking about changing the field. When you bowl into a 7-2 like this, it's very difficult to bowl even at middle stump. Square, he's going to go slightly behind square now, but he's certainly not in a boundary position. And again, with a 7-2, he's got a bowl to his field, which is about 5th or 6th stump. Courtney bowling Jaggett, who's on 13 now. Score is 1 for 56. Defending well. Struck back down the pitch. Prem comes across and cuts that off. Back of the length, defended again by Jaggett. And that's over. So Courtney has 1 for 28 after his 8 overs. UTS North Sydney 1 for 56. The man dismissed this morning, Brett Atherton, Jacob Murphy by Luke Courtney for 15. Naz has seen it through as 27 not off 44 rocks. Jaggett 13 not out off 17 rocks. Rahim Abdul, who's been quite impressive bowling at this McCartney stand in, will come on again to bowl the mares. For mine, it's a more balanced field with a 6-3, 3-minute mid on, forward square and a long leg for Abdul. Bowling here to minutes. Beats him again. He's able to move that ball away, so he's moving it both ways off the deck. Just to give you a bit of an understanding, there's just a little bit of grass on it, just enough. And a score of 276 in the first innings is indicative of a midfield wicket, I reckon. There were some superficial cracks when I went out there this morning, about an hour and a half ago. Let's see how that develops through today. He's played all around that. That might go away for 4. He's tried to work out the mid-on, and that's gone to the third man fence. Bill continuing to move the ball, just a bit unlucky there. Mares into the 30s. He's 31. Jackett's 13. It's 1 for 60. Genuine outside edge there. Know much about it. Mares. You could see was the ball racing away that short third man fence. Biggest boundaries to the left of screen. By far the biggest boundary. Over to the right of screen. It's not much more than 55 or 60 metres. Good leave there, Mares. He's got the brain in gear this morning, Mares. He's working quite nicely. Leaving when he can, putting away the bad ball. He started to work the ball off his pads. And what that means is that if he continues to do that, Campbelltown will have to be a bit more defensive to take one of those slips out. Still no genuine cover from Mares. He's got an extra cover. Point. Mid-off has moved. Driving, that should be 4. With this field, the one thing that Abdul can't do is bowl straight and 4. 4 runs Mares. Mares is 35. UTS North Sydney 1 for 64. And after the early loss of Atherton, they've consolidated quite well. Jagged riding his luck a bit, but he's still there on 13. Naz is looking very compact to me. Abdul might have to consider bringing his wide extra cover around straight. He's going to bowl a full length. Not panicking at all. Camden just taking their time. And again, getting a good stride out, just a bit outside off stump, and Naz lets it go. Thanks to sponsors, Access R&D Tax Solutions, Keys of Physio and Strength Training, the Greens and Norths Leagues, Hartford Partners, Lavender Ridge Wine. A few sponsor reads through the day, and Tom Jagged is sponsored by Len Willis Audio and Lane Cove. So once again for you, at the end of the day, Access R&D Tax Solutions, Keys of Physio and Strength Training, the Greens and Norths Leagues, Hartford Partners, accountants and mates with beautiful Nelson's Point. Lavender Ridge Wine, which can be bought on the Nelson Clear Club website. Partners tabs on our website has all the details of those sponsors. Again, Tom Jagged sponsored by Len Willis Audio and Lane Cove. We thank everybody for their wonderful sponsorship. The North Sydney Clear Club. 1 for 64 is the score. Courtney has bowled unchanged this morning. Again, the top from the northern end. The Bob stand in here. So Bob stand sign at the top of your screen there. Stan was transported from Sydney to the Sydney Cricket Ground. I've actually been in that scene and watched a football final with my dear father in the late 70s. That was a CG. The ball bounced before it's got to the bounce. It looked a fair real bounce at times. The delivery that Abdul had Jagged dropped off was an absolute Jaffery. Really good. Really high. Still persisting with the 7-2. Toby from Duncan from Campbelltown, Camden. It's a really interesting tactic having no one at a genuine cover. It does make it ability to drive now. Jagged's had like flay at one and I went through it head height to sleep. So very interesting to see if he continues to try and punch straight or go a little bit square. Courtney to Jagged, who's on 13. Oh, that's 4. You cannot bowl there without a fine leg. So moves the ball, that's exactly right. Jagged moves to 17, UTS North Sydney 1 for 68. As you would expect with first grade batsmen, once you look at their pads, they're usually quite deadly. Jagged, who's dialed back the playing outside off stump in the last 15 minutes. A couple of chances earlier. The head's a little bit more in gear. He's not playing away from himself. 1 for 68. Full, almost Yorker length. Dug out, straight to mid-on, no run. There's 35, Jagged is 17. Not quite away, Jagged, he's not far away. Naz is away, he's looking very compact. Jagged's picked up some runs in the last couple of days. You wonder whether Courtney's got 1 or 2 more overs left in him, whether Toby Flynn Duncan will work a change. Trouble, if he hits, trouble, and he's gone. Direct hit from forward square, and Naz is well out. Yeah, no call. And Naz has been removed from a direct hit run out. They are momentum changes, they really are. So Naz has gone for 35 off 50 rocks. And UTS North Sydney now 2 for 68, direct hit, quite brilliant from forward square. He had a couple of stumps aimed at, but he didn't miss. And they are game changers. I'll have a quick break here and be back with you shortly at North Sydney Open. to North Sydney Oval. The new batsman is skipper Matt Jenkins. Courtney has 1 for 32. That was a run out that should have been put as a wicket to him. Jenkins, beautiful forward defence third drop. UTS of North Sydney 2 for 68. And again defending well. Big wicket there from a run out. Direct hit from forward square. UTS North Sydney are 2 for 68. Courtney has 1 for 32 off 9 overs. He's bowled unchanged this morning. You might see the first hour out. Rahim Abdul will continue from McCarthy stand in. Mares, they'll be disappointed with that in UTS North City. That was Mares was well set. Rahim Abdul with a run out from forward square, and that'll give him some confidence going into this over. He should already have Jaggett's wicket. Try to get him out try and get him out here. Give Campbelltown Camden a very good morning there. 1 wicket away from making this first hour absolutely theirs. Right now for mine, it's reasonably even money. Up comes fine leg to that backward square, so still the 7-2. Abdul bowling to Jaggett. Forward defence. And again, Jaggett has dialed back and playing wide of his body. He's been a little more circumspect. He looks a lot more solid and quick. Just a reminder of the field. Backward square, mid on. With an offside, with a wide mid off. 2 men at point, one in front of square, 1 behind. Gully. Now there looks like there's a genuine third slip, second slip, first slip. So it's a 7-2 field for Rahul up there. Rahim Abdul bowling nicely. He's moved the ball off the seam of it this morning, both ways. Gets a wide one, Jaggett, has a flater. Gets no one knew he wasn't in the same stratosphere as that. Still 2 for 68. The Ghosts would love another wicket in the first hour. Really gives them momentum leading into what will be now a very important second hour of the morning session here. Play starting at 10 today. Sticker's length defended straight back down the pitch from Jaggett. When you talk around the traps, that's the length that coaches love you to be able to bowl. Not that step perfection length, but that sticker's length, top of off stump. It makes the batsman choose whether to play in the front or the back foot, and it doesn't give them, because most batsmen at this level, if you over pitch, especially a ground like this where you get value for your shots, it's normally 4. Abdul again to Jaggett. Nicely, no run. Still 2 for 68. Driving, it doesn't get it. Prem scoots around, no run. 2 left in the over. For 68 here. Still no play at Joe McAleer over. Sutherland 1 for 29 in their second year with bench down on the hump for 10 points. West 1 for 39 in their second year after leading by 38 in the first innings against East. That's a play break. Left alone by Jaggett, and that's over. So it's 2 for 68 outdoors, none for 26 off his 7 overs, and I think it's been unlucky. 2 for 68. Continuing on with around the grounds. No player would appear yet at O&O Oval. Mosman 1 for 45, Chasey 153. Now this is saying that game's final between Manly and Northern District. It does say on the screen that it's final. I don't know that for a fact. But at the moment it's saying that they've called that with Manly winning the first innings 3 for 124 against Northern District 51. Again, I can't clarify that because that's what it does say in play HQ. Fair for Liverpool have collapsed a bit. Parramatta will be very pleased. 3 for 56 in the chase at 256. St George are 4 for 122. They need 63 more to beat Randwick in the first innings. Sydney are none for 25, chasing Sydney innings 266. Jenkins is away. I thought that was actually Jenkins' strike. But just check that for you. Must have been my bad. Just on my head. Anyway, continue on. It's 2 for 69. And defended. No run. Portland's been pretty good this morning. He's looked very lively. And finishing off that score around the ground, scored none for 51 in their second dig, making a bit of stuff this bit. They made 99 in their first innings, and Uni declared almost 100. University of New South Wales, that is, declared at 8 for 1. Jackett's 18 and Jenkins is 0. 7 minutes away from drinks here. It's 2 for 69. Defended. Mr. Jenkins strike, my bad. Boys doing circle work here in front of me. Hello, gentlemen. How are you today? I'm well, thank you. Wouldn't be anywhere else for quits. It's great. Great. This is a great spot. Great spot to commentate from. 2 for 69. Courtney has 1 for 33. Defended well by Jenkins. He's looked quite compact early on. Two left in this over. Oh, going hard at it. And flaying that to the point fence for 4. First one that Courtney, he's not displeased with Jenkins playing that shot. Jenkins opening that. But giving that out, that kitchen sink, and it flew to the fence. Jenkins is 4. It's 2 for 73. That's a very brave leave. Stuck the back leg out of it. It's just gone over the top of the off stump. Gee, that was close. Courtney's got 1 for 37 off his 10. 5 minutes before drinks. UTS North City 2 for 73. They need a further 204 for the victory today. The Ghosts, Campbelltown, Camden need 8 more wickets as the sun again tries to poke its head out. Saying it's 25 degrees in the ball, which I reckon is just about spot on the money. It's quite a pleasant morning in Sydney. At this glorious place, North Sydney Oval. Jacket back on strike, he's 18. Assisting to attack Campbelltown, Camden. 7-2 field still for lucky him up good. That was a lovely delivery, just in and around that avenue of uncertainty. Jagged tried to make it look like he'd get left that. I'm not sure he did. Jagged is 18, Jenkins is 4. Outside half of the bat, but he gets it to the backward of the 2 points on the ground, no run. Just wonder if Toby Flynn Duncan would think about getting a slow bowler on the ball the last day before drinks, or if he'll get caught. Try and get him to deliberately spear one outside of stump to see if he can take it. You see, he loves to go at balls that are got width and just goes at it hard. Abdul bowling to Jagged. That's a genuine outside edge. Lovely soft hands though from Jagged. Intercepted by Gully, no run. Interesting first hour of play. Been 47 runs scored, 2 wickets. I would have thought the Ghosts are reasonably pleased with their work. They would absolutely love another wicket for them. Abdul's been impressive and bowled without luck. Bowling at Sticker's length, defended stoutly by Jagged to mid-on, no run. We'll have a short break at the drinks break. Get away from the microphone and rest the tonsils. We'll try and have score updates from the Belvidere Cup around the grounds as we move along through the day. High bat. Jagged. Gets the ball pulled. Doesn't go hard at it as a result. Goes to mid-on. Wide of mid-on. No run. 2 for 73. Should be time for one more over before drinks, I would have thought. Gets it in the air, works it through the vacant cover area. He's got 1. And comes back for 2. Jagged now 20. UTS North Sydney 2 for 75. This should be the last over before drinks. Courtney's going to stay on at Bob Scanning. Abdul has none for 28 off his 8 overs. 2 for 75 off 20 UTS North Sydney. Jenkins with the long sleeves. I am thinking there's been a slight change as to who's fielding where. Murphy's coming to gully. Abdul's gone to the backward of the 2 points. I would reckon that there's going to be a ball over here to tempt Jenkins in this over. Courtney bowling to Jenkins. Didn't get all of that one, but he's trying to get forward to Courtney. Not much value for bowling short here. I think the ball's just going to sit up and hit me. Courtney's got 1 for 37. Abdul none for 28. And Freeman, the only other bowler is none for 10 after 2 overs. Jagged 20 not, and Jenkins is on 4. Jenkins on strike. This should be the last over before the drink break. Stickers that first class lane from Courtney. Remarks his guard after every delivery.
Excellent start.
Courtney to Jenkins again. And going hard at it again. We thought that might happen. Good enough to get it over backward point. Another boundary for Jenkins, so he's not mucking around. If he's given a whip, he's going hard at it. Jenkins is 8. UTS North Sydney 2 for 79. And again, Campbelltown, Camden. You just wonder whether even a 3/4 point or a fly slip may come in at some stage if he's going to continue to flag them. Abdul's gone quite a bit further back there at backward point. He's almost 3/4 away from the fence. Jenkins will have noticed that. Do not be surprised if he gets one and drops it at his feet on the offside. Pinches the cheek to see because he's got them on quite a long way back there. Lovely ball, genuine outside edge, but soft hands get it to Murphy at gully, no run. 2 for 79 is the score. Courtney has 1 for 41. He has been impressive this morning. Yeah, he's been hit for a couple of boundaries, but a couple of them were genuine outside edges. One was an inside edge. As well. Reminder, we'll have a very short break of drinks. Come back with you for more commentary here. Maybe reading with you at North Sydney Open. Courtesy of the North Sydney. Great to be here. Jenkins was going to load up there. Got a bit of width. That ball didn't carry much. Yeah, Courtney's suggestion to him, why did you ever go that one, son? Jenkins on just laugh at him. I reckon, mate. And just push on his hands more. Pretty cool character, mate, Jenkins. Doesn't seem to get frustrated. Skipper, of course, here at their land. If you're listening, hello scorers, I hope you're all up there. We've got 2 great scorers up there. Hope you're both well. Give us a wave. Listening. Jenkins facing Courtney. Again, well defended, straight back down the pitch. That should be over. And we'll be having a drink break. So I'll have a quick break as well. The score check for you is 2 for 79. 21 overs, 9 innings. There are 277 is the total chasing. We'll be back with you shortly here from North Sydney. Welcome back to North Sydney Oval. David Redden here with you. 2 wickets this morning. Mares tragically run out by a direct hit from Abdul. And Atherton driving expansively, caught very well by Murphy at Gully. Abdul continuing here. It would appear that Thomas Jaggett's actually off the field at the moment, so it might have a slight delay. Let's just try and get on the field now. Jaggett make his way up to the middle now. Just checking on that Manly Northern District game. Still seeing its final, so it appears that they've called that match. I'm just going to see if that's actually the case already. Epiphany on the play HQ. Abdul to resume from this Charlie McCartney stand in. Same field, 7-2. Away we go in the second hour of play. Sticker's length, and Jaggett defends it to the straighter of the 2-point field. No, right, that's 2 for 79 here. That sounds a little bit more bottom now. Certainly coverage is starting to down the field clouds. Importantly, we're starting to get shadier, which is a lot. Off his pads again, tidy there, isn't he, Jaggett? 1. Jenkins, who's there's a wicket between wickets. Comes back from easy 2. So 2 runs, Jaggett. He's 22, Jenkins is 8. North Sydney, 2 for 81. Jaggett was dropped very early on in his innings. Fuller length Abdul, defended to cover, no run. I just wonder how long Campbell will persist with 4 catches, and particularly bowling to a 7-2. Abdul's actually done a pretty good job bowling to it, and they continue to leave orthodox cover open. So interesting tactics, certainly attacking. They're not going back into their shell by any means. On the back foot, driving straight back down the pitch, fielded by Abdul off his own bowling. No run. There are 81 overs to go after this one in the day. The current run rate's 3.7. The required run rate's just 2.4. There's 196 metres. Courtesy of the fabulous scoreboard under our right foot in the southeastern corner of the ground. Camera position looks south to north view of this ground. Abdul again to Jaggett. Soft hands that will genuine outside edge when nowhere near carrying to second slip. Lots of cricket being played around our beautiful state today. The Country Plate final being played at Cricket Central in Silverwater between Griffin and Uganda. Lots of Sunday T20 cricket being played in Newcastle as well. Cricket all over the joint. And of course Belvidere Cup all over Sydney, although a couple of grounds haven't got on, and it would appear that Manly and Northern Tissues have agreed to shake hands. It does say it's final on play HQ. On the back foot again from Jaggett. Abdul got his length right after being plucked away for 2. Abdul none for 30 off his 9. UTS North Sydney at 2 for 81. Jackett's 22 and Jenkins is 8. I would suggest that Jenkins will be given yet another one this over for Courtney to fly it outside of stump. He's not going to die wondering. He's got to note, though, that Abdul is 3/4 of the way back to the fence at this sort of quasi-deep backward point. In fact, Abdul's going to the straighter, is he, or not? No, he's going to go to the... Just wanting to see where... Abdul was on the backward of the points, and that's where he's going now. Going very deep. So Jenkins has got to be cautious of the flays. He's pretty much got to hit it over the top of them or go through a couple. Let's see how it goes. Gets that jams him. Soft hands at the end. Ball goes to second step. No run. Courtney. Well unchanged this morning from that northern end. He has 1 for 41. Jenkins on strike is 8. 2 boundaries. Both flayed through square on the offside. He's got a backward point 3/4 of the way to the fence. A more orthodox straighter point. 2 slips. 3 slips actually in a gully. So clear the tactics of Campbelltown. They're not hiding what they're doing. Lovely drive. Good compact. Straight to the man at the on. No run. Just a little adjustment from Toby Flynn Duncan in his sport. Abdul a lot squarer, almost right on the crease line there. He was behind point. He's not so far behind now. Sticker's length and Jenkins defends straight back to the bowler. Assisting with the 7-2 Courtney as well. Just waiting to see if Jenkins get any width at all outside of stump. There it is. Tries to drive inside edge of the bat. Straight back to bowler, no run. Wondering when the spinners will come on. As I said, when I was out there earlier on, particularly towards this end of the pitch, there was some superficial cracking there, and I reckon with a bit of grass there, they might get a little bit of purchase. It's not like bowling in Nagpur or Delhi, but I think there might be a little bit in it for the spinners later on. Courtney into Jenkins. Gives him width. That was the effort ball. Well left Jenkins straight through to the keeper. A change in bowler. There's Abdul's at point. There's a gentleman warming up mid-off. It looks like he's a lefty. Let's just go and see what happens in this next over. Courtney can't be far away from it in his first spell today. He has bowled unchanged. Jenkins getting the ball to point, no run, and that's an over. Well bowled Courtney. Jenkins dialing it back just a little bit, being a little bit more circumspect in his driving. That's over. Courtney has 1 for 41 off 12. North Sydney 2 for 81 in chase of 277. There's 23 overs gone in the innings. 16 today, so there's 80 left today. Abdul continuing on from the McCartney stand-in. Jaggett's 22 not. Jenkins is still there on 8. Don't forget that Jaggett was dropped very early on. It's a very simple chance. Keeper. And then flayed one that went between first and second stick about head high. Virtually no one moved to that one either. Abdul. Jaggett went onto the back foot there trying to drive. It didn't come on quite as much and just proceeded to get it to mid-off. No run. None for 30, he's 10 under. Outside edge. Slips Gordon doing their job. No run. On the back foot driving, one of the tougher shots in cricket. Intercepted by Minoff, no run, still 2 for 81. Jenkins and Jaggett certainly keeping things quiet. Slow ball from Abdul there. Straight to ground. A lot of balls at the moment, interestingly, aimed at point and behind, which sort of proves that Toby Flynn Duncan's field is quite smart. Abdul rolling his fingers over that one for the first time. That's indicative that this pitch is flattened out quite a bit. Nice little effort with breeze coming now. I think it's quite pleasant with North Sydney. Ball. Full of ball. Jared gets it down the mid on, no run. Just a quiet period here at the moment. Filling each other out after the first hour of play. A lot of runs, a lot of cricket left here today. I'm telling you, 196 still to get. Campbelltown, Camden. Quite enterprising. They'll want another couple of wickets before lunch. Love to have North Sydney 4 or 5 down at lunch, I think. Again, difficult to cut here. It's a couple of times in shape to do that. It's straight back down the bowler. That's over. It's 2 for 81 after 24 overs. Just a sponsor read for you here, ladies and gents. With thanks to North Sydney Career Club sponsors, Access R&D Tax Solutions, Keys of Physio and Strength Training, The Greens and North's Leads, Hartford Partners, who are accountants based at Nelson's Point, Lavender Ridge Wine, which can be bought on the North Sydney Career Club website. There's a Partners tab on the North Sydney Career website, and Tom Jaggett is sponsored by Len Wallace Audio in Lane Co. We thank the wonderful sponsors for their great support of this famous old cricket club. Is this battle between court That to the sweeper. Flynn Duncan comes around. That's an easy single to Jenkins. Reynolds will face his first ball now. Flynn Duncan, come on David, get it right. Flynn Duncan comes in from cover and goes to sleep. This will be the last ball that Murphy will bowl before lunch. And Campbelltown will want to move quickly to get in position. 4, and there's the overdone with 90 seconds. That should give Campbelltown Camden the opportunity of bowling one more over before lunch. Can they really turn the tide and have a positive last half an hour? This morning the game's ebbed and flowed, hasn't it? There have been wickets and clumps and periods where North Sydney were well on top. Right now it's even money. It's 148 to get. They've got 4 wickets lost in the shed. Anything's actually possible. I know that's a cliche, but it really is. Jenkins will want to be there after lunch. Short. Jenkins not pulling. Playing that with a relatively straight back. Straight to him on, no run. Freeman bowling with 2 men again behind square on the fence on the leg side. And a deep point. Forward Jenkins, Yorker length, the old 3-card trick. Jenkins doesn't fall for it. So just a run through of the field. Deep fine leg, basically deep square leg just behind the umpire. Mid on, then mid off, cover, point, deep point on the fence, gully and slip. 6-3 field. It's set up to bowl short. This will be the last over before lunch. Now ticked over at 12 o'clock. We'll have a 35-minute break at lunch. And sell a roll and a Coke Zero as well. The fall again. Abdul goes laterally quickly. And a lovely catch this morning, Abdul. Just a few minutes ago, Queensland falling for the hook trap. 3 to go in this over. Jenkins has been quite solid so far. He's got 27 off 50. Reynolds has just got him. He's not on out full. Interesting and intriguing game of cricket today. North Sydney's made 103 this morning, but for the loss of 4 wickets. It's been a really interesting morning of cricket. Jenkins not wanting to risk his wicket. He's got 1 ball to get through, and then he can have some lunch. Reynolds should be right to come out after lunch. So again, 103 this morning for the loss of 4 wickets. Mayers, Atherton, Jaggett and Greenslade all back in the shed. Jenkins is there. He's got 1 more ball to face before lunch. Jenkins is 27. By mine, it's the last ball before, but it's saying it's 4.4 on the board, so maybe I was one ball early. Full, slower ball. One to go still. That was the slower one. You can see they come at the side of the hand. Jenkins has been carefully hitting every ball on the ground. There's overtaking, no chances. Jenkins defends, and that will be lunch. So at lunch, North Sydney 4 for 129. They still need 148 this afternoon in 2 sessions. Jenkins is 27. Reynolds is not. Best of the bowlers Freeman 2 for 20 off 5 with a wicket to Courtney and a superb direct hit run out. We'll take a break for about 35-36 minutes. David Redden here with you. We'll come back for lunch around about 12:38. From now, from North Sydney Oval, it's bye-bye.
What? I better like what I see. Number 5 are the Canadians. They are the history of hockey. They won 25 Stanley Cups. Albeit they haven't won since '93. Go to Montreal during a postseason run. You're talking Guy Lafleur. You're talking Maurice Richard. You are talking Ken Dryden, Larry Robinson, Guy Lapointe, Bob Gainey. You are talking Ivan Kumayen. No question about their you got to put that. You got to show respect. You got to give them right. They own the NHL. Better be the only hockey team. Yeah, I agree with you. Now, this is the only basketball team I think we might have on here. Here's number 4. These are the Boston Celtics. Obviously, Russell won 11 championships. Bird won 3. Pierce won another one. They are. This is Cousy. This is Russell. This is obviously Havlicek. This is Bird. This is Paul Pierce. Let's put him in that category as well.
Cross. Getting away with it. What are you asking me to do? I'm not to spy on my closest friend.
He was spying for Russia. You missed it. How many people think Soviets killed based on Philippines?
Havlicek. This is Bird. This is Paul Pierce. Let's put him in that category as well. This is a franchise that from 1950 to really currently today has been a dominant NBA franchise. They got 17 NBA championships. Aaron Back is one of the all-time greats. You're talking Cousy, Russell, Havlicek, Sam Jones, on and on and on. Bird, Parrish, and McHale. That is one important issue of the sport. They are number 4. Number 3. I probably could push this a little lower, but I'm going to put the Steelers as 3, only because the Steelers in the decade of the 70s were probably the best football team you've ever seen over a period of time. Won 2 titles, lost 2, came back and won 2 more. All those incredible Hall of Famers, the greatest defense you're ever going to see. Bradshaw, Starworth, Franco Harris, Swan on offense. Just an incredible, and again, a dominant team. America's team in the 70s, especially won 2 more after they won the 70s. Number 2 is not even an issue. Don't even argue it. Number 2 is the Green Bay Packers. Curly Lambeau is an established team in 1920. They won 13 NFL championships. Marty's the greatest coach in the history of professional football. 9-1 in the postseason. Won 3 championships in a row that hasn't been done since. Won the first 2 Super Bowls. Go check out the 62 Packers. Go check out the 66 Packers. Go check out the Ice Bowl in 67. The greatest game in the history of the NFL. When Starr went down the field, 68 yards, 4:38 left, 17 down. In 4th degree below weather. Don't listen to him, he's lost. Green Bay is not. I am lost. You are lost. How old are you? How old are you? I'm older than my God. And then number 1, you can't even debate it. No, I'm not. I wanted to put the Mets here. I can't. One of the Yankees. Did you say the Mets? You said the Mets.
back to North Sydney Oval. David Redden here with you. It's going to be a fascinating post-lunch session. Campbelltown, Camden. Come over the edge of the field. Umpires walking out now. Just some very, very quick updates. No play at Joe McAleer Oval. 4 for 128 here, chasing 277 North Sydney and Campbelltown. Sutherland 1 for 56 after being dismissed for 98 in their first innings. Bankstown made 260 off 47, 6 down. West are 1 for 91, and their second dig about 120 odd in front of Eastern Suburbs. A lot of cricket to go there at Waverley. No play at Owen Earl Oval, Hawkesbury and Mosman, Manly and Northern Districts all done and dusted. Fairfield Liverpool 4 for 89, chasing 256 against Para. St George and Randwick, that's a fascinating game. Randwick made 184, St George is 7 for 160. Sydney are 77 for none, chasing 266 against Sydney Uni. And Gordon, none for 79 in their second innings. They're about 179. They're about 13 or 14 short of making University of New South Wales bat again, which they will. That game's at David Phillips Memorial Field. Players and umpires back onto the field here. What a fascinating session. That last 20 minutes, North Sydney would love to have that again. Reynolds and Jenkins have got a lot of rebuilding work to do here. Jenkins is 27, Reynolds is not out. Hoping to have 1 or 2 people to come and guest commentate in a little while. I won't mention any names because I've got no guarantees. I know there's a couple of people ask if they're interested, and I believe that they are. So there's a lot of cricket left here. There's 68 overs left in the day. North City need 148 to win. Murphy's going to come back on again by his left arm autos. Jacob Murphy. He'll take the first over after lunch. Reynolds will be on strike as Matt Jenkins, the skipper, took the last over before the luncheon adjournment. Murphy got a couple to turn. Bounce before lunch. One of the short covers has been removed, so I've got a slip, a backward point, short cover, sweeper at cover point and mid off, then mid on, short dish mid wicket, backward square, and a deep square in the fence. It's rock and roll time. We are going in the second session. What's going to transpire here in the next couple of hours? Welcome to North Sydney Oval. David Redden on North Sydney Bears television. Enjoy. Full throws it straight up, first up. Reynolds comes down, just manages to get it to mid off, no run. Abdul warming up in the background, he's in a trouble. Reynolds onto the back foot, no run, straight to short cover. Murphy's line so far has been okay. 2.2 overs, none for 7 for Jacob. Short this time, doesn't bounce much. Now, has he got enough of that Reynolds to be 4? He has. Great effort to field over here, but ends up hitting the rope on the second attempt. 4 to Reynolds, he's away. Murphy just dropping short. Again, that ball did not bounce much. May give Murphy some encouragement to bowl his arm ball and try and set himself up to hit stumps or hit pads. 4 for 133. Almost halfway there, North Sydney. Fully throws that one up. Good fielding at short cover, no run. Flynn Duncan comes straight out and it's going to probably go, there's a sandy spot out here, that's where Flynn Duncan was launching with intent just before lunch. And in fact, there are those two. Duncan's come out almost orthodox coverage. Lights that one again. No run. Reynolds is 4. Lights it up. Watch for forward defence. That's over. First over after lunch is complete. North Sydney 4 for 133. And it will be a Rahim Abdul to come from the northern end, so the Bob stand in here at North Sydney Oval. With his second spell of today. Jacket, the man that was dropped off him earlier on, is no longer there. We're interested to see how he goes. Jenkins on strike. They're not overloading this point area other than a deep point. So Jenkins has got and they've dispensed with the 2 men behind square. Looks like Raheem Abdul's not going to go and bowl short as Freeman did with a set plan. Let Greenside out with it. So he's going with a gully, a deep point, a straightish cover, a mid-off, a mid-on in effect. The straightish cover, Flynn Duncan moving the field as we speak. Then we've got a foot, so he's bowled to 5-4. So we've got a short mid-wicket, a mid-on on the ring, a backward square leg right next to the umpire, and then a long leg. So now he's bowled to 5-4. Expected Abdul to target the stumps a bit more than he did this morning. Full ball first up. There'll be a double. There's been a misfield. Yes, there was. The misfield cost him a run. Jenkins, who is absolutely lightning quick in between those wickets. It's 4 for 135. Jenkins 29 now. Reynolds is 4. The next couple of hours should be absolutely fascinating. Oh, there's a massive wicket. They've got Jenkins with an absolute jaffer. Playing defensively, and Abdul bowls him a leg cutter and hits the top of off. Absolute jaffer. Jenkins couldn't have done much more there. And he's gone. That is a massive wicket for Campbelltown, Camden. Second over after lunch, knocks over the skipper. Jenkins is gone for 29 with an absolute beauty from Raheem Abdul. We'll have a short break and be back here in a minute. Some conjecture that North City may be down to 10 batsmen today. James Campbell is unwell. I'm not sure at this stage if they'll be batting 11. Very much advantage Campbelltown at the moment. Just got the massive wicket of the skipper. Scoreboard has shown that Oliver Knight is the new batsman. Left-handed. It's confirmed. So, top order, they've all got going. No one's really pushed on. Top score so far, Thomas Jagger with 41. But that was an absolute beauty from Abdul. That was just a seed and a half. Oliver Knight comes out, got the armband on the right wrist. Is that the wicket that changes the whole context of this innings again? We think that North Sydney may be down to 10 men. If that's the case, they're actually 6 down, but we'll just wait to confirm that. Abdul going around the wicket tonight. Nice speed. Again, he's got this lovely action. Looks to me they'll be very, very sustainable. If that makes sense. He just can keep going and bowling and that. It's comfortable for him. It's a good action. It's got a good base. Certainly, someone I will reckon has done a lot of work on getting that run up and his balance is right. He looks very, very balanced to me. That ball didn't bounce. Just a bit of variable bounce today. Yeah, that ball didn't bounce at all. On the second bounce of it too. Five for 135 now. Driving Knight, gets it to the right of mid-off. Takes off to the single. That would have been interesting if he hit. He dropped his bat. That would have been really interesting. Single, however, is off the mark. Knight. Reynolds is 4. Abdul will come over the wicket straight away to the right-handed Reynolds. It's got a good recovery to 50. They've lost 3 wickets in a hurry. Just get some calls on wicket for you. Yeah, they were 2 for 116, 5 for 136, so 3 for 20. Purple patch for Campbelltown, Camden. 2 wickets, of course, falling to Freeman, using the short ball to effect. Change of field here. Dawes going to now bowl a 6-3, and he's going to bring in a second slip taking from Duncan. He's a bit more off stump line here with a 6-3. Reynolds on strike. Defending on stickers. That's a terrific over. They've got rid of the dangerous Jenkins with an absolute jaffer. Imagining that Murphy will continue on here. He's done a good job so far. And now we're on a right-hand, left-hand combination. This will be interesting to see. He'll go over the wicket to the right left-hander as he did to Greenslade earlier on this morning. Weather conditions here, it's still cloudy. There's a little bit of patches of blue, but it's still cloudy and overcast. Not much cricket being played in Western Sydney today after the storms last night. No cricket so far at all at Benson's Lane and at Joe McAleer Oval at Glendinning. And also the game at Asquith completely finished after Manly and Northern Issues have agreed to shake hands there. But the games closer to the coast are being played. This one here, not too far from the water on the coast. Campbelltown in front, they're 240 in front. And we think that they've got 4 more wickets to get with James Campbell not 100% well. Murphy now bowling tonight. Oh, that's sweeping. Dangerous. There should be a double here. Got the top edge to the first ball he faced from Murphy. Interesting positions here. They've got a short mid on right next to the non-striker and a short mid wicket. They think that Knight's going to punch through the air in there. And he's gone the paddle sweep first ball and got a top edge and got very, very lucky. In fact, if there'd have been an orthodox 45, it may have been a chance. Knight's now 3, 5 for 138. Throws that one up. Resolutely defended. And on the fence out here, they've got a long one right in front of us and a deep, what looks like a deep mid wicket or deep forward square protecting on the boundary. Flights it, driving, hits the short cover, and on the offside, there's a backward point short cover about 20 yards off the bat and a mid off on the ring. Interesting field, makes Knight think he's got to be careful driving here because he's got lots of catches in front of the wicket. Short. Well, actually a bit fuller than I thought originally. Knight defends. Murphy's got none for 13. It's 138 for 5 here. Game at a crucial point right now. And then that's why that short field and then he gets straight over Duncan's head, clean Duncan's head. Field will switch over now for the right-handed Reynolds. Reynolds is going to have 2 deep fields and one at the sweeper at cover point and deep square. A couple of catches at short mid wicket and short cover. Short on the back foot punching straight to Flynn Duncan. That's the over. Halfway there, UTS North Sydney, but it's costing 5 wickets. Murphy's none for 14. It's 5 for 139. 65 overs left today, so a lot of cricket to come. Rahim Abdul after a absolutely top shelf delivery to remove Matt Jenkins' last over. Will now bowl to Ollie Knight, who's showing every sign of going hard at the ball, which, looking at his build, he's built like a baseball outfielder. I reckon he gives the ball a real nudge. And again, they're going with these 2 men behind square, so they're going to be some short stuff here. See if Knight can deposit him. Inside edge. Just got that bat down on that. Wasn't going over. Indeterminate footwork. Abdul trapped Knight there, neither forward or back. That's just about perfect length. Watching Ravi Shastri commentate last in India, he says when batsmen don't move their feet, the bowlers bowl a very good delivery. I don't agree with everything Ravi Shastri says, but he does know stuff. Abdul trying to work that ball back in the left-hander. Just a little bit of shake. the reason there's a couple of short fields in front of the wicket is because the ball's starting to be bounce with a variable height. Keeper took that one on the bounce. Not an easy period to bat here, and a lot of left-handers do not like this around the wicket right from right-handers because it makes it more difficult for left-handers to lead. It does open up shots on the leg side, but a lot of left-handers make their trade, particularly top order batsmen, leading to the right-hander going away from them. Going around the wicket takes that element away from them. Abdul again. Sticker's length this time, Knight, much more comfortable. Punches that with authority to short cover, no run. One of the things you'll find on pitches like this is footwork is absolutely pivotal. You've got to be able to have good, disciplined footwork either forward or back. If you get trapped on the crease here, you're in trouble, either with a chop on or an LB. Drive, that's a full ball. Knight drives comfortably to get off and no run. Thanks to Access R&D Tax Solutions, keys of physio and strength training, the Greens and Norths Leagues, Hartford Partners, accountants based at Nelson's Point, and Lavender Ridge Wine. Go and check all of those wonderful sponsors out on the North Sydney website. Inside edge again, that's the second time the over he's played on his pad. That's a very good over from Abdul. He has 1 for 33 off his 12 overs. North Sydney 139 for 5. Halfway there, chasing 277. Tough work this afternoon. More serious clouds to the top left of screen. Sun just coming through. No danger of rain at the moment. Reynolds, he's looking to sweat it. He's sweating on anything short from Murphy, and Murphy hasn't given him too much short at all. Short this time. Just couldn't get Payaros on a bad shot. Went straight back shot, straight back down the pitch to the hole. Coming down the pitch and hitting stickers. That's a lovely bit of bowling by Murphy. Beat him in flight. Murphy in with a shot here. Can he bowl them to victory? Full. Straight to mid off, no run. He's certainly not hesitant to flight it, is he? Murphy, he's not bowling flat darts. Giving it a chance. Goes onto the back foot, wants the single. Good judgment by Reynolds there. Gets the single relatively comfortably. Field will change now for the left-handed Knight. That comes long on right in front of us. Our man in front of me looks like he's the designated shiner of the cricket ball. He's got 30 strides down there, but he's giving it a fair old whack. Knight getting his field right with the skip. It's interesting for Knight because they've almost cut off that easy single. That short mid on makes it. Knight's got to be very careful how he plays with a straight bat on the leg side. You can see there he's circumspect, trying to avoid a clash. I think Mr. Flynn comes fighting out of his weight division with Murphy there. I think Murphy might have played a bit of hook or a prop this time. Solid unit from Mr. Murphy. Knight coming forward. Another good over from Murphy. He's bowling a good set here. He has none for 15 off 5. And UTS North Sydney 5 for 140, chasing 277. In a little while, we'll give you some scores around the grounds. Of course, a few games are done and dusted and looking like they're not really played. One game is actually done. That's Manly Northern District. Big heavy rain overnight, and I've agreed to shake hands there with Manly winning on first innings after dismissing Northern District for a remarkable 51 yesterday with Joel Foster and the Shell. Reynolds back on strike. Abdul's bowling a terrific second spell here. He has 1 for 33. watchfully done from Reynolds. Still going with the D point. I'm not so sure that D point's required with them, 540. Maybe about 590. But they could almost take that man and have him in. So Murphy's left, but he has to come too far. That's an easy single. Knight on the move. Now, I reckon to the right hand, he almost have that deep point in out point. Or even be another catcher in. Flynn Duncombe, however, has pulled, knows a lot more quicker than I do. He's pulled a lot of the right strings so far. And they go with two-man deep on the leg side. So without Bill bowling around the wicket, it's clear that they're going to try and get Knight to play a pull or a hook shot here. Deep square and long leg in position. Just a little bit over sticker's length, and Knight, again, getting stuck in the crease to a certain extent, but certainly resolute behind it. Just moving his feet, opening himself up, and not going back or forward. He's a big, strong unit, and I reckon that when he hits the ball, they'll stay hit on him, right? Abdul looking for a second wicket here, Knight looking for more runs. Driving, up, nutmeg short cover, but mid-off comes in from in behind and saves the single. Might have a special guest in commentary soon, ladies and gentlemen. Just a few things sorted around here. Over that. Knight, resolute in defence. He's 4 not out of 19 balls. Yeah. Trying to bat some balls and get himself an opportunity to get himself set on what is not the easiest pitch. It's not a flat belter. It's a little bit of variable height. It looks like, to be fair, a very pretty balanced cricket pitch, fair for everybody. Scores tend to indicate that. By no means a traditional swim highway. Knight getting out ball just below sticker's length, straight back to mid-off. Abdul very disciplined. Abdul has 1 for 34. UTS North Sydney 5 for 141, and a special guest about to join us. Sadly injured and not in a good way with that ankle. Microphone's up here, big fella.
That's right, how are we doing?
It's a very warm welcome to Justin. I haven't done a Justin, welcome, good afternoon, and thanks for joining us in commentary.
This is a nice view over here, I'm happy to be here. Wish I was playing.
Can imagine.
Driving myself insane.
Telling me off air, ankle's got a bit of work to be done on it?
Bit of work, so I'm seeing a surgeon on Tuesday, and then hopefully a little surgery the following Tuesday. I'll be out for about 8 weeks, but if they cut me open and it's no good, and it's like 6 months out, so I'll be just back in time for next season, unfortunately. So, missed my golf season. It's golf season in winter, so I'm going to be a little bit depressed.
Where do you play golf at?
Quinta and Shelley Beach on the Central Coast. I'm a coastie, so.
I thought you might be. It's a good spot, Shelley's. I love it. It's a beautiful spot.
It is a bit windy for my liking, though.
Gets onto the back foot. Reynolds comfortably gets it out to a single. That was a Jaffa that Abdul bowled to Mac Jenkins. That was a genuine Jaffa. On a day where it's been hard to bowl Jaffas, that was a beauty.
It looked like it's come in and stayed a little bit low as well, which is a bit unlucky for Mac. He's been going really well this year. He had a concussion a few weeks ago, so he's been out. Ran into him at UTS the other day. He was telling me about his concussion, a delayed concussion at Paul Bugger, so let's hope he continues to recover. It's really interesting to see how Ollie's going to play this.
Oh yeah, especially I was talking before you got here about this field is really interesting for him with the short lead on, a short lead wicket and a long one. It's a little bit hard for him to get a release single down the straight.
Well, I'm just wondering if he's got a slog.
Oh, well, he's had one down here and then they put the line back. That one actually from Murphy, who's actually bowled quite well, that jumped a little bit.
There's actually a little bit in it. Normally you'd never get anything out of a North Sydney wicket as a spinner, so...
There's a little bit of, just a little bit of grass and there's a little bit of superficial cracking as well from what I saw earlier. Fully, should be 4. Oh no, well fielded. Clips that to a single.
I've just heard Campbelltown have had 2 or 3 players go down with COVID on Friday night. So this isn't even their first team. They're doing really well. So
They've done well, haven't they? The dreaded Rona.
And they had a big win against Twos yesterday. So let's hope we can try and get one up on them today.
Another good over from Murphy. Murphy has none for 17. UTS North Sydney 5 for 143. Some interesting scores around the grounds. Northern District and Manly's all over it. Ascot, they called that. And no cricket so far, either Joe McAleer or Owen O'Lowe. Obviously that Storm's really pogoed in that north and west.
Well, I didn't see any of the cricket updates yesterday. I had the day off yesterday, and to hear that Northern District were bought out for 51 is just ridiculous.
It's absurd.
So, and Joel Foster took the wickets, which is...
I'm a shell for Joel, yep.
Which Mickey and Hadley's been doing the job for them all year, so...
I
it's
see
nice to see
Hadley's
they're sharing the wickets.
Just see Hadley's been named in the second 11 squads that have come out today. Lovely shot from Knight. That's an exquisite shot off the back foot. That might go. Does. That's a great shot from Knight. First time he's really been positive outside that off stump, and that's a lovely, really a cut shot with just a little bit of back foot work, but he made that very comfortable.
He's had an interesting year, Ollie. He had a great year last year, really a breakout year for him with the bat and ball, and then he's been dominating this year with the ball, but he's been lacking with the bat. We really need him here to step up with any chance of playing finals, which I don't think we are, but hopefully he can come out and score a little 50 or 60 balls like he normally does and bring us home.
Abdul's dangerous coming around the wicket. I was talking earlier on about the tendency for modern quicks to bowl around the wicket to left-handers. And one of the things that good left-handers do, right-handers bowling over them, is dip a lead. They can't do that here, and it makes it a very interesting thing. There's a bloke who plays the West, I've seen a lot playing country, Hanno Jacobs, who does the ACT. They do that. As soon as they see a left-hander, they're straight around the wicket, automatic. Stuart Broad's another one.
So many lefties don't know where their off stump is when people come around the wicket. It's very underused. It just brings in more modes of dismissal. I think when you captain these sides and you see lefties leaving well, especially, just come straight around the wicket, and it just brings in more modes. Especially when you play at no Sydney, it's flat most weeks.
Stuart Broad did that last night beautifully. Castled 4 blokes and was going around with the lefties and went through them. He's just about the best right-hand bowler I've seen bowling around the wicket. The best bowler I've ever seen bowling around the wicket by some distances wasn't happening. He was outrageous with it.
Didn't get to see much at night.
Yeah.
Shot.
That's a lovely shot, Knight. One. Then he struck that. Yeah, there should be a double here. Just a slight misfield. Soft the 4 though.
Never know, might be Nighty's day if he can keep his head together.
Stark certainly modelled himself going left arm around the wicket on what was a Mac could do. When Stark gets it right, it's very difficult to face as a right.
It helps when you roll 150.
That's the other thing. That's the other thing with him is that, and to be honest with you, I think that the fact that he doesn't bowl at much pace may have cost Trent Copeland more tests, because he's a very, very good cricketer.
Underused this year when he's at bars as well.
That's a beauty from Abdul. He's just bowled a few today. There's just enough grass on this deck. It just seems occasionally. So North Sydney really need to go a couple of wins to get into and have a couple of other things go their way to get into the 6.
I think we need hopefully an outright today or next week. If not, I don't think we can make it. So hopefully next week something can happen and we can produce a good result.
That's a beauty from Abdul. 2 beautiful right-handed off-cutters. And as Justin was saying a minute ago, it's very difficult for left-handers because they lose their off-stump, don't they?
It's North Sydney all year has been seaming around everywhere, and it just seems as though since he came back from the lunch break, that it's starting to do a little bit more as well.
Only 9. No, sorry. Reynolds there. Tim Reynolds asking for gloves. Murphy is doing a good job at this end. Hasn't given much away. Abdul has 1 for 40 off 14 overs. UTS North Sydney 5 for 149.
We'll see what Tim does here, because he's one of the best players straight against spin and grade cricket. So it'll be risky going after him, but I think it's his game. If he tries to pull it off, he'll get some runs. But it looks like he's going to be very measured today, which I think is what we need.
Clint Duncombe sitting there at a very short cover. It's not easy for him to go straight here. There's good coverage straight. Murphy gets that one short. Got to go, Knight. Got to go. And they appeal, particularly those square umpiring perfect position, gives that not out. There was one before lunch. Knight was a little bit earlier than Knight was a bit lucky with it because he didn't get his bat stuck at the ground.
I don't know what we are doing. If we've got one listener on here, there should not be any run-outs in two-day cricket. We've tried 3 already today. Like, that's just been hit straight to extra cover and run. Like, it's frustrating being here. I wish I was out there.
I can only imagine.
It drives me insane.
Yep. At the end of the over, will go around the grounds for you. At the grounds that there is actually cricket being played on at the moment. Murphy bowling tonight. This interesting field of a mid-wicket short mid on a long on covering, and mid-offs back on what would be the rig. Short, tries to work it around the corner for a single, can't. Got a bit lucky with the paddle sweep he played because he turned his bat on the man at backwards where it wasn't actually the traditional 45.
The wicket's just holding up a little bit. It's been tacky, so the spinners are just getting that little bit of bite out of it.
That should be out. Head slow. As Justin Avenado has been saying, it's been a little bit variable. Murphy getting Knight going back onto the back foot, trying to pull, keeps low, gets him well underneath the knee roll. LBW, so Knight's gone for 11. Assuming that Campbell's not going to come and bat today, which is what we've heard.
Yeah, Fletcher will come out now, I think.
Fletcher may be out next, but we think that may actually be 3 wickets needed by Campbelltown. Knight again pulling at Murphy. Murphy's bowled very well.
So are we allowed a concussion sub?
No, it's not a concussion injury. He's not concussed.
It's I thought it was his chest.
No, so it's not. No, if it was concussion, as Matt Renshaw's replaced David Moyer in New Delhi. Just quickly while we're there, in the games being played, Sutherland are 1 for 56 in their second innings, still needing a lot of runs to get out of the hole against Bankstown. West's 1 for 9. I'm actually going to update that. I don't think that score's been updated quickly, so I'll go and update that before we try and give you some accurate information. Yeah, there have been some changes. Let's have a look. Sutherland 1 for 75 in their second inning. West 2 for 125. They've now got through. They're 163 in front West, and I wonder when the declaration will come. Hawkesbury and Mosman still not on. Northern Districts and Manly's done. Fairfield Liverpool grinding 4 for 114, chasing 256 at Carrot Old Kings. St George now need 5 runs. They've got 8 down against Rarely for an important first innings win at Hurstville. Sydney doing it comfortably. None for 103, chasing 266 against Sydney Union. Beautiful Drummoyne. And Gordon at 2 for 118 and are now headed to New South Wales. The Bumblebees will be looking for an outright there. Some interesting scores there, Justin, from the games that have been played.
Yeah, the weather last night obviously screwed a lot of those games up for today.
Yes, it has.
Asquith's one of the worst overs in Australia for drainage. Mark Taylor was even worse. Northern Districts are unlucky with the grounds they get.
But Mark Taylor, you would hope that they will redo it. That's a beauty from Murphy. Beats Fletcher May all ends up. He's got 2 slips in at the moment. That was a jaffa. The ground you may have played a bit at Newcastle #1's just that 3 years out, and the drainage and the work they've done, it's now become a first class outfit.
I actually played there just before I rolled my ankle, the week before I rolled my ankle,
Central
playing
Coast
for Central Coast Rush.
What do you think of it?
It's beautiful ground. I mean, you can't not like playing there. It's very similar sizing to the SCG, where one side's straight's pretty big and one side's huge, and you've got generally one shorter side. And we ended up losing there comfortably to Newcastle. They were an amazing team, but beautiful place to play cricket. And I think it's by far the best in Newcastle.
Oh, it is. It's a superb place.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off. Interestingly, the Plan B Regional Bash Finals of that tournament are here in a couple of weeks' time.
Oh, really?
At the end of March.
And
I'm very pleased you mentioned it because my boys at Newcastle last year got into the Final 4. So the final home and away rounds of that will be playing Griffith next week in the Plan B Region, ACT, the Southwest Steamers, the Water Bullets.
And we are very lucky to play
and
here.
Wagga will be playing here. You are.
We're lucky to be playing here every single week. I think even when the field gets churned up with soccer and rugby they have, and then all the extra cricket they have in first class cricket, it's still an absolute pleasure to play. I think every single team when I play futures and whatnot, everyone talks about North Sydney Clash, just to play here, so I'm very fortunate. And the wicket seems to be a little bit better today. It's been green all year, so hopefully our batters can get the job done today. But it's not looking too good. I think Ollie Knight's a little bit annoyed with his dismissal. I reckon he either thinks he's hit it.
Certainly, he was politely demonstrating when he was given out.
So, Ollie does love one of those. If people are listening, sorry, Ollie.
Fletcher May now out there with Tim Reynolds.
Look, one.
This superb scoreboard at North Sydney Oval. It's so easy to read. It's well set out. It makes things very easy when you comment on it. Reynolds, who hasn't been overly troubled, he's not scoring very quickly, but he's been okay. Looks solid. Don't think I'd like to be bowling short tomorrow. I reckon Pogo.
It's actually the opposite. He hates the short more.
Likes the straight one better. You said he was on the better straight than North Sydney cricket.
Very, very nice straight. Very simple Tim. When he's on a roll, he thinks straight, and if he keeps it simple, he does very, very well. When he starts getting out of his box, you've got a very interesting field here. You've got a third man in a deep point.
That's really interesting. I can see what they'd use that for Jenkins, but Reynolds driving comfortably. That's a fascinating field. So they've got 3 men on the fence and a deep point and a third man for Blokers on 8 not out 650. I've got to give it to Toby Flynn Duncan. When Greenside came out, they went straight with the man on the hook, and you wouldn't believe it. He punched straight down Abdul's throat.
I don't think this is the right field to Tim. I think they're maybe trying to spend one to the offside and get a single and try and bring in the edge, but I just think it's not the right play. Don't get a guy off strike. Don't be free, easy runs in first grade. It's just...
I think it's a bizarre field. I'd have a gully. I actually was, just before you got here, I was questioning the need for the deep point.
Yeah.
I think they can have a point and a gully and leave the one man on the fence down here at 5 length. He's also bowling, they haven't bowled to this much today, but they're bowling to a 5-4. And early on today, they were bowling to 7-2s. And this means that Abdul can straighten up, which means that one of these two fieldsmen shouldn't be overly necessary.
It's almost like they're trying to save runs by having third man back, but what are we? 6 out, and
possibly down 10 men back in the start.
Exactly. So I just don't get the point of this. By just giving them a single when there's only 1 ball to go, they should be bringing these guys up and try to stop Tim getting up strikes like Calder Fletcher May.
Justin Bernardo, of course, ladies and gentlemen, very modest. Didn't mention when he played for Central Coast Rush that he made an excellent 50 in that innings. 55 from memory. That's hitting stickers. That ball's done that a couple of times today. Reynolds plays him out. So May will be on strike. And I'd imagine they'll come around. I wouldn't be surprised to see a man come in under the lid at some stage from Murphy. Yes, a couple of games I've done, one was a green top, but there'd been weather, and then another one just had a little bit in it for the PG semi that they did with Randy Peets in North Sydney. This pitch, honestly, the look of it is I would have called it a reasonably fair cricket pitch. It's got something there for everybody.
Well, that's normally what it is. It's normally quite hard. They're leaving the grass, so sometimes you can get quite tacky in the morning, but then it just becomes the best batting wickets in Australia. So you can get through to lunch. Generally, just fill your boots in the afternoon. It's quite a hard place to open the batting here, but if you get through to lunch, fill your boots, you can easily score 100, 200 runs each session.
And then when it's put into first class or this day mode, it's always a flat belt of the 340 is not enough in 58.
Well, a few years ago we played here when they had the turf balls introduced into first grade.
The famous 400, you know?
And it was 430 and we chased it down 80 overs, and then the next week we scored another 400. When the groundsmen want to make this wicket flat, they make it into the best wicket in the world. You simply can't get out. It doesn't turn, bounces beautifully, comes on the bat firm.
Short boundaries.
Short boundaries.
Fast outfield.
This is the reason they came to North Sydney as a batsman. But instead, they normally make it pretty green.
So I spoke to Nathan Price at length about the turf cricket balls. He was telling us he's at Redders after 6 or 7 overs. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Which thankfully they don't do anymore.
Well, the problem is with the turf balls, there's actually a lot of talk, I know, between the top end guys, is that the rego ball, it doesn't really swing as much early, and it goes very soft, so you can't actually reverse it that well.
Whereas the turf ball you can.
The turf ball stays really hard, so yeah, you score more runs, but it's actually, you get really good reverse out of it, and it hoops more for the opening bowlers. So when you get on a green, a bit of wicket on the bit of grass on the wicket, it does more because it's purely got a pronounced seam. But if the wicket's flat, you'd actually prefer bowling with a turf ball because it stays hard, it carries. The spinners can get a bit of turn out of it, where the spinners really struggle with slow turn. With a soft ball, it doesn't really grip that much. It just becomes a bit of a sponge.
Yep.
So I know as a batsman it's really annoying in those middle overs because you hit good cricket shots that might only go for 1 or 2 runs, but it's sort of in the same sense. It's pretty hard to get out because you play with soft hands, or you don't really get caught in front of the wicket anymore because it's just so soft. Balls don't carry. So there's a fight for both turf or rego ball. I know our bowler James Campbell. I mean, we play at North Sydney, so it's a little bit green all the time. So he gets a lot out of it. He's not necessarily a swing bowler, but he nips it around and he loves the seam of the rego instead of the turf. But then you've got other guys who rely on reverse swing. They can't reverse swing this ball. So except Manly, they seem to do an amazing job. Hadley and Mickey Edwards, they're on fire down there at Manly.
It's fascinating. My father played a lot of cricket as a child at Manly. He said David Manley's a change of bowler here. Caught me coming back on, I built something spell. And he said that Manly's fascinating because it's a tidal wicket. And you can get to Manly at 11 o'clock in the morning when the tide's out and it's a belter. By about 3:30, 4 o'clock, it's changed a bit and there's actually a bit in it. They have to change with the tides.
Well, over the last few years, they've made an absolute Bunsen burner. So it's just been turning so much. The spinner's there, like when Stephen O'Keefe plays, he just tears up. And I think that also helps the quicks because it chews the ball up. So if you take care of the ball well, it reverses really, really well. Where here it's lush.
Yep.
So you don't really get the ball chewed up, so you can't really get the reverse like you do at other grounds. So Manly are probably one of the teams where playing at home makes a big difference. I think you play here, you play anywhere. Most of the grounds now are very similar, where Manly just have a knack of just being amazing at home. Their bowlers just have that down pat. It shouldn't be good for quicks there with it being so low and slow, but
it should be for lovely soft hands there from Fletcher Main. He gets what I would call a clever bounder. I know it was outside half the back, but played that, and as Justin will attest, one of the keys to playing at this level of cricket is playing often with soft hands, isn't it?
Well, it just stops that ball from coming or slips. I mean, I should probably teach myself how to play with soft hands and probably nicking it to gully because I go hard at everything, but Fletch can just get through this. He can actually bat really well. He's got a lot of handy second grade runs and he can hit the ball pretty hard as well, so I'm not ruling us out just yet. We've got a mountain to climb, but
3 for Fletch yesterday as well. He bowled well.
He's bowling really well. I don't know what happened last round. He got his wisdom teeth taken out on Wednesday or Thursday night, so I don't know. He just ruled himself out of playing cricket, which was a bit silly, but he's bowled really well since making his debut in the first grade. He's earned his spot. He's toured hard in twos and did really, really well, and then coming to first grade, ready to go.
And back goes, so Courtney's just asked for a Feldman to go back to deep forward, deep square leg here, so it looks like they're going to perhaps test out his own half of the pitch against Mayhew and see if they can get him hooking or pulling. Interesting out there, that's such a long boundary at this ground. But, you'd want to get a fair bit of it to Cherry for catching. In fact, he's coming 8 or 9 yards off the fence as we speak. Courtney bowling to May, it's 6 for 155. Goes short. That's a lovely shot, May, and that's 4. Short bound out there. Not much room for error here at North Sydney Oval, and 4 runs made. He's 9. Going okay, 6 for 163, Justin.
The easiest way to play these short ball plans is all these bowlers. No one really likes bowling short balls because it tires you out. So if Fletcher just stands and delivers a block or ducks it and shows that he's not going to play it, they'll get away from this plan. If Fletcher decides, I'm going to try and hit one, it just brings this mode of dismissal into play, and then bowlers get aggressive, they start chirping, start getting sledged, instantly you're on the back foot, where if he just ducks one and goes, I'm not going to play it, the bowler will just put it away and bring it back up, and then the boundary options come back into play. So if he's smart, he can get through this.
And Stickers defends to short cover. If you haven't done this before, you've missed your vocation, my friend. You should be a cricket commentator. The listeners have been listening to Dribble for 2.5 hours, and on you covered, all of a sudden the IQ's doubled. It's great. The cricket IQ's doubled, I'll tell you. Great to have you, Justin.
it's nice to share a little bit of knowledge, but I'm not always right. Just as a captain, you always see these things, and you always try new plans. And when someone comes up the bowler and try a short ball plan, and the batsman just blocks one straight back to the bowler and made it look easy, well, that bowler just doesn't want to bowl short anymore.
Courtney bowling straight and full. May defending comfortably. So Courtney's got one for those figures are incorrect. The run-outs unfortunately gone to him on the scoreboard. Courtney has 1 for 57 off 16 overs. He's bowled better than that. A 6 for 159 UTS North Sydney. And I can't imagine Murphy. I reckon Murphy might bowl his hour through at least. There's 15 minutes left in this until drills. 6 for 159 the Bears. But 118 to win is a long way away.
I think if we're losing a wicket here, I think you're going to see a very different approach from Tim to spin. I'm not sure what he's thinking out here, but with Fletcher going well, I hope he just bats normally because they can put on a really good partnership. But I wouldn't be surprised if Tim tries to go downtown here. It is his game, so you've got to back it, and he could peel off a few runs. I think if he gets tossed up, he'll be looking.
It's most certainly not tossed up. Bit flatter there from Murphy. I reckon Murphy knows this. His intelligence level and the knowledge of cricket is pretty widespread in Sydney grade. Murphy in the middle of a very good spell. There's 1 for 19 and he's into his 9th. As predicted by Justin Avendano, Reynolds comes hard at him, straight back to the bowler, using his feet. Murphy will be confident to get him in flight. And Reynolds has got to stick to his game plan and probably try and hit him dead straight because there's no coverage in the fence. Flights it. Works it to the man on the ring at mid-on, no run.
As you can see, Tim's looking for it here. I hope he stays in the ground because he hits it hard enough where he can just beat that cap at extra cover. It's 4 runs. He doesn't need to over-hit this, so he's definitely looking for it.
Flight again. Misfielded by the bowler. He'll be dirty with that, but no run.
So as you can see there, this ball's got so soft. Tim's one of the strongest people in grade cricket and hits it hard straight. That ball's just dribbled to mid-off.
Happy to give away the single here now, Murphy. So Reynolds should be looking to hit the sweeper.
Springs and cool bowler.
Oh, gets the underneath edge. I wonder if that'll go away for 4. 1. And keeps it to just the 2 runs. A good chase there. Genuine underneath edge. Reynolds will touch like he goes to 10, 6 for 161. Murphy bowling particularly well here today. Looks dangerous for me. Moving his cover deeper. Short cover just off the screen. Short, sits up. Should be, that's a misfield. Should be, they'll be displeased with that. Pick Reynolds on strike. 6 for 162. Murphy has 22 for 1 off his 9 overs. Runs to wins 115. That's a long way away at the moment. North Sydney's got a lot of time left, a lot of overs. They do not need to rush. Their modus operandi would probably be to try and be 6 for 220 or something like that at the break, at the 20-minute break, at 20 to 3. Thought you might. Wise gentleman in front of me. He's done more kilometres than Burke and Wells today. He's pacing.
Killing it. I'm killing it. I'll keep going.
He's probably got 10,000 steps up so far already.
I'm really bad at watching cricket, so I need to keep myself going.
Indeed. Courtney back on here at the top end, probably from the Bob stand in. As you are a bit younger, that stand was transported from the SCG when they built the Bill O'Reilly stand on the eastern side of the SCG. That variable length, he's got that up almost chest level, Reynolds.
Yeah, you can see it's just so inconsistent. It's one of those things as a player not playing right now, especially as a batsman. We've played some pretty dodgy wickets lately. Last week was a green seamer. The week before that we were at Sydney Uni, where it was 100, play 70, play 50, play 70. So it's one of those things I'm not too unhappy, not missing out on these games where it's raging green seamers. I think when it's flat, you really miss scoring runs, but this wicket's actually still got a bit in it, which is a bit surprising. I thought it looked a lot better than what it's playing.
When you get to your level of cricket, given what you've played in the last few years, isn't there a certain level of satisfaction making it grinding 80 off 160 when you're playing on a difficult pitch as opposed to a comfortable 120 off 120 on an absolute flat belter. When you get to that level, and given the cricket that you play, isn't there, may I ask, is there some level of satisfaction in grinding out a really tough knock?
There is, but it doesn't happen to me often. I generally sneak off and do something stupid when I shouldn't be, but I mean, there's definitely a few times I can remember playing some really grinding gigs, either on fields that are really slow. It's a lovely shot by Tim.
And importantly, he's done two things with that pull shot. We knew it was coming. A, he's hit it in front of square, and B, he's rolled his wrist over to play the long way, and that is a superb pull shot, isn't it?
That's one of his best shots he's hit because he's not known for his pull shot. I know he worked really hard at it a few years ago because he got found out in the first grade, but that's an absolute cracker. So if we can get a few more of those, that'd be lovely. That's also another way to negate the short pitch bowling is to absolutely spank him. So if he does that again, I don't think they're going to go to it too much.
6 for 166, the Bears, chasing 277. Reynolds is 15 not, and at the other end, Fletcher Mays look quite comfortable so far. He's on 9.
I think we're going to go again. Didn't.
Full, and there's the easy signal because they've got 2 on the back on the fence.
This is where Tim's got to be smart. He's grown a lot as a cricketer over the last year, and I think he knows how to bat. Batting's all a mindset of knowing what the bowler's going to do, and I think he's learning very quickly on how to score runs. Because he's got all the talent in the world to go to the next level, but it's one of those things you've got to figure out how to blind innings away and realise how they're trying to get you out. And I think if he manages that here today and keeps his cool, he's going to do very, very well.
May on strike to Courtney. Effort ball there. That ball certainly went through to the keeper nicely. That's the perfect keeper's area right at hip high. A good lead from May. I think on this sort of pitch that your back of hand and front of hand slow balls could be quite useful in trying to work out a sort of a catch in front of the wicket. I still don't understand why there's 2 men deep on the offside for May.
I just think it's
an interesting technique, but I don't quite understand it.
I just think it's really stupid. You've got a guy who's...
Well, tell us what you really felt.
He's on 9 and you've got one catching guy. Right? He bats number 8 and doesn't have many first grade runs.
Leg cutter there, that's a Jaffa.
Why have you got 2 guys out on the offside? They don't need to save runs.
When Jenkins was going at Courtney earlier on this morning, that's the exact right felt because he was flaying at him.
Exactly right.
May has shown no inclination of going with just hands outside of stump.
I mean, the only thing this team needs is wickets, so I just don't know why they're losing 2 catching men in key positions on the boundary. I just think they're going to nick off. The wicket's inconsistent, it's seaming around a little bit. They don't need to save runs, so...
What's the score read there, big fella?
We've got here 6-1, 6-7. Where are the overs? We should know this.
54 left.
54 left. We've got plenty of time. I think this is a better field to Tim with mid-off back now. I think this brings in extra coverage in short for a catch and porting bowl, especially with the soft ball.
Short, sits up, and as they tell you in first grade cricket, if there's a sweeper there, hit it and hit it hard and low. I know I'm spending a lot of time with Nathan Price, the former British batsman. His coaches were awesome. Price and hit that particular position, you just hit it low and flat and hard, and you've got your release signal.
Exactly right. I think it's a lot of guys who come and play one day cricket in first grade who come from second grade, they don't realise, especially playing at North Sydney, it's all about hitting the sweepers hard because you just beat the fielders to the left or the right. It's 4 runs, so you get a lot of value for shots here, and the biggest thing you want to do in one day cricket and white ball cricket is hit the sweepers hard, because that's how you pick up your boundaries.
Murphy's dropped short twice this over and been hit twice to that sweeper position, Justin.
You've got a good field here, you can bowl as well, it's going to be tricky to get away.
Good bowling. He's certainly got the ball above eye line. He's not bowling flat darts, Murphy. Giving him a chance. He's also giving Reynolds a chance to get down and get after it.
He's just going to keep changing his pace here.
Almost work over the top of that one. It's a Yorker leg.
Left arm spinners, now they don't spin it a whole lot, so you've got to bird them in flight. I think bowling every ball the same, it's very repetitive, so I think you've just got to mix up the pace. change the position of the crease.
Certainly, Stephen O'Keefe's made a career out of variations and not turning it very much, and won a Test match for Australia with basically just getting variable bounce and not much turn distance.
I think he's one of a kind. I cannot face him in the nets in a game. He's still the best spin bowler I've ever faced in my whole life, and he doesn't turn. You can't pick up his length because he just changes the pace. He comes from wide of the crease, a weird low arm action, flights it up, and his arm ball's the same. He's an absolute wizard. I think he's very similar to that sort of Mitch Sattner from New Zealand, where he doesn't really do anything different, but it's just that awkward, changes the length, changes the pace. They're in at your stumps, they can go wide and slow where they know they can only get hit for one. They are brilliant.
Interestingly, Daniel Vittori was the same. The Australians always found him difficult to face because, other than Gilchrist, that the right-handers would always say that his changes of pace were very, very hard to pick up. And Daniel Vittori didn't turn the ball much. He's got a very good test record. Courtney now. Interestingly, the best left-arm spinner by record and average is actually playing in a test match right now in history. And that's right into Jadeja. Now, he's played a lot of his cricket on especially prepared pitches, but his record outside India is actually pretty good as well. And I think it's the same with him, is that I don't think he's a huge turner, but I think that he bowls enough that are different and are subtle that it's very hard to pick him up.
See, I think a lot of leg spinners, they rely on their talent and their gift to be able to bowl a leg spinner and turn it, but off spinners and left arm orthos, they rely on their brain. Like the best people in the world are guys who know how to get to batsmen out. And I think Jadeja was that perfect example of...
With Paul Reynolds, this field, made driving, got it to ground, and this field by the skip. Quick single, well done Reynolds.
They know how to use their brain. That's what Nathan Lyon's doing right now. A few years ago, he didn't really have a great record in India or in Asia, and he learned that I just got to bowl a side spinning off spinner, so you get a bit of natural variation, starts working on it, and now he's arguably one of the best in the world in playing in Asia. He consistently takes the rifles, but I think Ashwin's still the goat over there. It's just ridiculous. Can't take a wicket out here in Australia, but he goes over there and his side spinning deliveries go straight, they rag, he beats him in flight. It's tough for that.
Those three balls he bowled at Abhishek and Smith in the first innings were outrageous. By record, we're lucky to be seeing two of the best off spinners in the history of Test cricket. But if you go at Ashwin's records, are quite ridiculous. And when you add the fact that he's got a Test century, you may be playing two of the best fingers spinners in history, and they're playing in one Test right now. It makes them a very difficult proposal.
And then you've got one coming through in Todd Murphy, who's Nathan Lyons, by his own words, when they first met, saying you want to take more Test wickets than me when they first met at Sydney Sixers. So Lyon loves him. It's going to be a great career to watch in Murphy. I think if he can go and play a lot of Asian tours, he's going to really suit their wickets. Where in Australia, he really relies on his flight and his brain, same thing, but over there, he's just going to become an absolute wizard. So he just doesn't bowl a bad ball, he gives the batsman nothing.
I was happy to see Matthew Kuhneman get his first Test wickets, and not a bad first Test wicket.
I
thought
he used it, to be honest, but just skimmed the pad first. So
I think that Coley's got a real case. Yeah. I thought there's supposed to be, if there's doubt, you're not out, although he was given out.
Yeah, he was given out. I think the right decision got made. One of those 50-50 wins.
I would not want to be an umpire in that environment. That's why I think Alan Barr's been consistently very good umpire, because he doesn't make many mistakes with bat pads and things like that. He's been a pretty good umpire for so long.
I don't know how people can give crap to umpires. If you've ever done it, it's one of the hardest things in the world. I mean, I've umpired a game and I just want to fire people. You just miss all the little things trying to watch the no balls. But now they don't have to, I guess. But it's such a hard gig being an umpire.
I did my umpire scores at 18 months ago. It was one of the hardest things. Red courses leaving, and when Courtney bowls his effort ball, he's a bit sharper than the others, and it's coming out the waist line. Score for you. We're not far from Drinkswalk. If you're around the grounds of Drinkswalk, you'll be at 140. And the Bears, 170 for 6, going on quiet at the moment. They get 170. 170 for 6. Reynolds is 17. Fletcher May, who's looked quite comfortable, now gets as it is to face some bowling from Murphy, who has predicted his bowl through from this southern end. If they're overloaded to touch behind his bowl.
The next half hour is a big moment of the game here. I think if we can just bore them here, I think they're going to try and do some stuff later in the afternoon and might get lucky.
I'm out of a job, Mac Jenkins. This guy's so good as
We've got a replacement now. We've got Mac Jenkins going to come up and do the next hour, so we're very, very lucky to have Matt.
Freddie's
He's
been,
been,
so we don't have to.
Justin Rodgers, the man of the people, is going to come speak next.
Oh yeah, Justin,
The in-flight, gets it in flight. May stays it back on his back foot and gets it away. Murphy he's really working hard here. I think he's got it quite well. Tidily holding up one end for the Ghosts. And the field's been really good.
Fletcher can hit on ball, but I hope he doesn't do it a couple of minutes before drinks, so.
Nice use of the back foot. It's it to cover though, no run.
We like boring cricket in two-day cricket.
That's how you win or lose, is by being boring, isn't it?
Nothing exciting here. We're going at a good clip. Runs will keep coming.
Full. Well fighted from Murphy. Gets above the eye line. And when you speak to guys like Gilchrist, the way they play Victoria was the second that Victoria got above the eye line, he was after. It's different for a left-hander, of course, but he made Victoria look much more pedestrian than actually was.
I think Gilly did that at a few people, to be fair.
True. Not Andrew Flintoff. And that's over. Will we have time for one more before drinks? We started late because lunch was late.
That doesn't change the time, I don't think. I still think it's 8 drinks.
You're right. We've got a break. Justin and I will have a short break here at North Sydney Oval and be back with you just in a couple of minutes. North Sydney, 6 for 170, still needing 107. Campbelltown, Camden, we think, need 3 wickets.
Do you want me to say it's another over or something?
You're more than welcome to stay for the start.
I'm just going to get
I love you to it's great to think you're great.
No, mate, I'll try and come back. I just got Sam messaging me. I'll come back.
Welcome back to North Sydney Oval. Country Plate has been played and won. Gilgandra 3 for 71, defeating Griffith 68. Remarkably, former Randwick Petersham first grader Matt Everett, 4 stumpings for Gilgandra. They'll be having a big night tonight, the lads. Congratulations to Gilgandra. Back here at North Sydney Oval, the Bears are 6 for 170. They still need 107. Tim Reynolds is 17 off 48. Fletcher May is 11. They've stopped the clump of wickets. Can they push on now and get them into that 220 region at T, and it would give us an absolutely fascinating last session. Courtney again from the northern end, the Bob stand in here at North Sydney Oval. Justin Avendano's taking his leave, and we'll be back a little later, we hope. Courtney on his way. Hitting pad. Umpires shouldn't be doing that, moving their hand quickly. Scares everybody, not out. Looks like it's shaping the leg. Reynolds still on 17. Can North Sydney get themselves to T at around that 6 for 215, 6 for 220 mark? It will set up a fantastic last session. Reynolds off stickers, straight back down the pitch, no run. That's inside edge that time. Another good ball. Down the pitch, Reynolds defending, however. It's a short cover. So persisting with this really interesting field of a third man and a deep point for Reynolds. As Justin Avendano has been sharing with us that Reynolds' powerful area is straight. Really, really interesting thinking. I think Toby Flynn Duncan's had a pretty good day playing skipper. Just fascinating to see how the rest of this game afternoon pans out. Again, walking at him. Courtney dials back his length and still hits him at stickers. No run. Courtney again to Reynolds. Tight over so far. No, it's an excellent over from Courtney. He's made him play every ball. 6 for 170 still. Courtney's got 1 for 63 off his 19 overs today. Murphy again, bowling at this McCartney's that end, and in comes the deep point. There's no sweeper out there now. Goes full to May. May can't put him away. Straight back down the bowler. Oh, gee, that ballsy doesn't want to miss that. Kept low. May on the back foot, but does enough to get off the middle of the bat. The key here for Murphy is he's getting variable bounce. That makes him a difficult prospect to play and attack with any confidence. Flatter again, straight. May defending resolutely. 8 men inside the ring now. Just the 1 man on the fence, and he's a deep square leg for Murphy. Campbelltown Camden going more on the attack. Short, sits up a bit, straight back down to Flick Duncan and short cover, no run. Murphy's into his 12th over, 1 for 22, doing a very good job for his skipper and his team. Murphy gets May going back, defends well. Now goes back the deep point to sweeper and the long off. Happy to give away a single, doesn't want to give away the boundary. May's got a little bit more room to play with and have a release single here. Short, and he's bowled in. Goes back, bowls a slightly quicker ball, and May's played over and he's castled him. Neck and crop. Big wicket to Murphy, good over. May playing expansive shot, has been bowled by Murphy for 11. The Bears, 7 for 170. I'll take the opportunity there to refresh the screen and go around the grounds for those games that are being played today. These for you when they come up and play HQ. So the Mounties and Penrith have finally got on. The Mounties have lost 2 quick wickets. They're 6 for 54, chasing 3 for 4. 6 for 100 and 7 for 170 here. Sutherland 4 for 106 in their second innings, still short. They're still about 55 short of Bankstown. They've only got 6 wickets left in the shed. Bankstown will be on the push. West are batting quickly, 176 in their second innings. They'll be trying to lead at least about 200, I reckon, before they declare. Hawkesbury and Mosman. Mosman's just started, so the cricket started to get going at West. 1 for 53, chasing 153. Northern District and Manly is over. Manly won on first innings. Fairfield Liverpool 5 for 138, still needing plenty against Parramatta who made 255. St George declared after passing round, so the 1 on first innings, 8 for 186, chasing 184. Sydney, a 1 for 124, chasing Sydney in his 266. And Gordon have collapsed with 5 for 129, still in danger of losing out up there. They're not too far in front. There's a lot of people to go there. They're at about 228 in total. They're only about 37, 38 in front of New South Wales. So they're around the grounds. Cricket being played at every ground at the moment except Ascot. And I'll get back to that as best as we can. That was a massive wicket to Murphy. Beautifully bowled. Gave him a slightly shorter. May going back, missing the pull shot. 2 stumps in. Reynolds now. Sam Alexander. I still think that James Campbell is an unlikely batsman. So I'll have to wait and see how that goes. Now Courtney's on to Reynolds. Looking at him, defending. Just in the last 10 minutes, he started looking at Courtney Reynolds. What stands on his shoulders now? Shorter. Murphy alert at mid-wicket, flies in, stops the single. Courtney trying to get his second wicket of the day. He's been a workhorse today. A bit short of that time. Played at chest height by Reynolds. He's actually looked quite comfortable. The interesting thing is he's not scoring much at the moment. He's got 17 off 57. He's still there. The one thing in his favour is he's got a lot of time left. This is the halfway over in the go there. This is the 48. He's got a lot of time left. You would think at some stage, with the field the way it is, there are singles on a lap, particularly on the offside. Talking about a tight line of length. 770 is it? Full drive, he's got to go. Single taken. Sam Alexander got moving. Single to Reynolds, which is exactly what we were after asking for. Brings the new man Alexander on the strike. 171 for 7. Just on 106 short of victory. There it is. Very impressive. Campbelltown Camden have really gone about this. They've thought and played bowled intelligently, bowled in pairs, set interesting fields. They had one trap set and it came off for them with James Greenslade. Just done a good job. Freeman got it very important 2 wickets in a short period of time with Greenslade and Jackman. Alexander leading. People taking that below knee level. And that was Courtney's effort, actually. With thanks to Access R&D Tax Solutions, Kaiser Physio and Strength Training, the Greens and Norths Leagues, Hartford Partners, and Lavender Ridge Wine, sponsors of the North Sydney Cricket Club. Full. Kept out by Alexander. Murphy to continue on. He's bowled beautifully. Courtney's got 1 for 64 off 20 overs with 6 maidens. Murphy will want to get Reynolds off strike, I would think, and try and get at the new man Alexander, perhaps with a couple in and around him. Can't imagine that Toby from Duncan won't put in a slip at the least when Alexander goes in. So he's got a long off and a sweep with cover and a deep square. Everybody else is inside the ring. Reynolds has been very, very careful with Murphy. Will he start to lash out at him? Short and 4. That actually got what it deserved. He dragged that down short. Again, playing horizontal bat shots is quite dangerous here, with the ball being variable bounce, but that's a good shot from Reynolds. He's 22. UTS North Sydney, 175 is 7. Full, gets it on the full, and gets the signal to the man mid-on on the ring. That's not a bad result for the Ghost. It does bring the new man Alexander on strike. Did you just see what Toby Flynn Duncan does with his field here in consultation with his bowler? I would have thought the slip might be useful here. No. Sweeper's going to come in and cover. It'd still be after a slip with the number 9 batsman in. Flynn Duncan's going in a lot closer at short cover. Murphy to Alexander. Full. Very full. Alexander plays it back down the pitch. There's been a lot of balls go back down the pitch to Murphy today. Particularly he's bowling quite straight. But shorter. It's a bit more bounce. No run. Slowly there. I wonder if he's setting him up to bowl a quicker one shortly. The last couple have just come out of his hand. They'd be 75, 76 clicks. The one that got made was a little bit sharper. I wonder if Murphy's going to alter his speed to it. It's quicker and full. Another good over from Murphy, although he took the way down. Murphy 2 for 29. The Bears are 176 for 7. And we think that they're down to 10 men. There's No guarantee yet that Campbell will be batting. He's not well. So we'll just have to see how that goes when it comes down to it. Courtney again. Lionheart today. Going into his 21st, I think. You're right. Just on 2 o'clock here at North Sydney Oval. Some blue skies to the top right above the bobstand sign there, but it's still cloudy where we are right now. It's quite pleasant out here. It's 27 degrees, bit of a breeze blowing. It's not too bad at all. So now the field's gone back to give a single away. So this is an interesting tactic. They're going to give Reynolds a single if he wants it. See how he goes about it. About 6 or 7 blokes back on the fence now. Straight to move with mid-wicket. So the men on the fence are third man, deep point, long off, long on, deep forward square and long leg. Inside the ring is Murphy on his own, Pat Malone at mid-wicket. A short cover. And the skipper at basically a third slip. Is very wide. Defending, again walking at Courtney. Every time Courtney sees him walking in, he just dials the length back and make sure that he's not giving it the opportunity to drive him. He's making him hit the ball at about hip height. So Mares 35, Atherton 15, Jacket 41, Jenkins the key wicket 29, Greenslade 10, caught in the trap. Reynolds is 23, Knight 11, May 11, and Alexander is not out. There is 1 sundry, just the 1 wide, 7 for 176. And the pitch again. He gets the length right away. So now he's going to bring the field in. He wants them to come up and stop the single so he can get they can get to Alexander. So in comes mid off, mid on, and deep square. They want to be on the hunt here and be on their front foot in the infield. Reynolds has still got options, particularly squaring the offside if he wants to square out a single. The guy's trying to keep Reynolds on strike here. Short. He don't keep on strike. Almost straight to that man. He's on the touch deep on the back foot. Pretty comfortable single there. Reynolds gets the single. 7 for 177. 1 more run and they pass the follow on. There's still 1 innings game, I reckon. Courtney's got 1 for 65. He gets 2 rocks here at Alexander. Field's gone back to him, giving him the single, which I don't think he'll take. Short. And in fact, he does take the single off the slow ball. Now, I reckon that the field will come in. They'll want to have 6 rocks if they can at Alexander. And they do come in certain numbers. Reynolds again will be on his mode up. And he needs for Alexander to have the brain working. He'll be after a single. The man at forward square's come a lot closer forward square than he was previously. Can Reynolds work out a single here? Cannot. Well bowled Courtney. He has bowled 21 overs, 1 for 66. The score is 7 for 178. Past the follow on, so this will end up probably being a 1 innings game. And if you to continue on this excellent spell, will he bowl them to victory? David Redden here with you, enjoying every single minute of being here at North Sydney Oval on live streaming. It's great to be with you. Thank you, North Sydney Cricket Club, for the privilege of being here and gibbering away for a few hours. It's a lovely way to spend a Sunday. Watching top-class cricket at a superb cricket. Murphy bowling to Alexander. You want 6 rocks if you can. Wide and full, let go by Alexander. Disciplined. Imagine a couple of these next ones will be a little bit slower. needs to bring him forward. He sits in the back foot a bit comfortable. Short and a bit quicker. Defended by Alexander. He's on 1. Reynolds is 24. And batted longer than anybody else in his previous best was Jagger with 64. Full. Just gets him in flight. Done. Variations today did a really good job. Not for the first time, straight back to the bowler. Stay in here and not give him a single. I wonder if I will on the last ball. Short, slower, and now they go. So long off and sweeper and long on. Cover sweeper, long on, long off, come back. Very happy to give a single here to Alexander. And will he take it? It's a lovely ball by Murphy. Looking for the single. Alexander not really on the same page as Reynolds there. Another good over from Murphy. He's got 2 for 29. 7 for 178. There are 58 overs gone in the city. Courtney again. Reynolds will take the single this time. It's the desired result for Campbelltown Camden. They get Alexander on strike. In comes the field. Again with a number 9 batsman. I don't quite understand. Third man and a dirt point. Courtney bowling to Alexander. Didn't bounce much that one. Left by Alexander. Difficult place to keep today. Just a couple of bowling figures for you while we're there. Well, we've got a short break. I thought it was going back. Here we go. Courtney 1 for 67 off 21.2. Abdul 1 for 40 off 15. Ryan Freeman 2 for 20 off 5. Nathan Maker none for 23 off 3. Jacob Murphy 40 over straight 2 for 29. Oh, the old draw shot. Don't think he's going to stop that. Oh, he did, Abdul. That's well done. Just the 2. Genuine inside edge there. For 181. Flynn Duncombe comes into a short cover, takes himself out of the slip cordon and moves his third man finer accordingly. Cameron Alexander eked out another false shot from Courtney. Get Alexander play another false shot. That was abusing just previous. He's at the ball and well left. So it's a third man, deep point, short cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, forward square, and deep front leg is the field. For Courtney bowling to Sam Alexander. Turns that one to mid wicket, no run, straight to Murphy. Bill goes back, trying to give him the single here. And they decline that option. Murphy flying across. Reynolds will have strike here for Murphy again. So at the end of the over, there's 44 left in the day. UTS North Sydney need 96. There's 7 for 181. Just a quiet period in the play here. No boundaries being scored. Very few. Reynolds is trying to dig them out of a big hole. They have strikers on 25 not. Murphy may bowl the entire session. Will Reynolds take him on straight down there? Hurries him onto the back foot and gets it right in the middle of the back. He's targeted the stumps while he varied his pace, and there's enough variations in this pitch that it's not easy to play, particularly horizontal bad shots. And the back foot defending that with all his might. Long one goes back now. Full toss. Straight to the sweeper at forward square. Just a single. In come the long on and long off into the ring. Leaving just one man, so does sweeper at cover. Leaving one man at deep square. Good lead from Alexander. That was not a bad delivery at all from Murphy. Just a little confident when it came out of the hand. 7 for 182. Fully, almost caught and bowled. Holy cow. Knee-high fully could have gone anywhere. Just bunts it straight back to the bowler. Lands about a yard in front of it. The one that the ghosts are looking at. Back goes the field now. They're happy to win the single. This is the last ball of Murphy's 15th over. 14.5 overs, 3 mains, 2 for 30. Short. Can't work it away, so that's over. Often the fullies get your wicket, so didn't happen that time. 7 for 182, UTS North Sydney. Chasing 277. Courtney again, bowling to Reynolds. Straight back down the pitch. No run. Bowling stickers length. Reynolds very happy to defend. Can Courtney find a way to get Reynolds out? He's defended almost everything so far. Coming at him, takes the single to point. 3-7 for 183. Alexander back on strike now. Courtney's got 1 for 70. In my mind, he's bowled better than that. I think he's bowled without luck. And a lot of toil here for Toby Flynn-Nathan. That's a beauty. Leg cutter. Beats him all ends up. Alexander wasn't in the same parish as that one. Just goes you to say, as Justin Avendano was saying about half an hour ago, there is still a bit in this pitch. It's not by any means a flat belter. Even though this ball is, getting towards 60 overs old, it's still got a bit in it. Swing of it. That's a beauty. Successive leg cutters, and that's a Jaffa. That's the second absolute Jaffa that's been bowled from that end. Abdul's dismissal against Jenkins was similar to that. Not much more Alexander could do to defend that one. They're 8 for 183. Courtney has his second. We'll have a short break here at North Sydney Oval and be back with you. Yeah. Harrison May comes out to replace Sam Alexander. And no official word yet on James Campbell. As to whether he's going to come out. There is some thought around the traps that this may be the last wicket today. Campbell's not well. There's no guarantee he's going to come from that at 11. Courtney's deserved that wicket. He has 2 for 70. Harrison May comes out to face him. Slip back in, which is a wise move from Duncan. Still don't understand 2 men deep on the fence and the offside. Duncan, who's bowled 2 Jaffas at leg cutters. Second which got him a wicket. Now bowling to May. Harrison May. Defended. Murphy's going to come on again and see if he can clean up. If I was going to say what the turning point was, it was a period of 3 wickets for 20, or 19 actually. Jaggett, Greenslade, Jenkins. I think that completely changed it. 2 for 116 North Sydney would have been quite happy. And Jaggett got a half track into the leading edge too. Greenslade fell from the trap at the Dukes Welling fence. Jenkins got an absolute seed from Rahim Abdul. Leg cutter that hit the top of off stump. And that changed the complete course of this match. Murphy bowling to Reynolds now. Reynolds is 27. Murphy's got 2 for 30 off 15 overs straight. Short. Just jammed in for room a bit there. He was going to go back and cut it, but didn't go as far outside off stump as he thought. No run. Full. Can't get it past me wicket. And in fact, mid-wicket's going back to the fence now. Happy to give the strike to Harrison May. Harder goes. Slow ball there, and Reynolds just defends resolutely. He's got 27 not off 75 rocks here. Just the 3 boundaries. Again defended straight to Finn Duncan. Short cover. Are they going to come in now or not? Yes, mid-wicket's coming in. mid-wicket only. Tried to bowl him the quicker ball there, and he went back. In come long on, a long off, and sweeper at cover. So now they want him to take a risk. There's one ball left in the over. They're going to try and get Harrison May on strike for Courtney for the next over. Down the pitch. Takes a comfortable single. Well batted Reynolds. Used his feet. Sneaks a single. 28 he is. They're 8 for 184. And that's the over. Murphy 2 for 31 off 16. Toby Flynn Duncan is asking his bowlers by long spells, and they're rewarding him with a good immaculate line of length. And our friend down here is now on his 37th lap today.
38th actually.
38th is it, thank you. Hello Mitchell, how are you?
That's good.
Courtney again to Reynolds. Walking at him. The funny thing is, with the walking at him, he hasn't actually got a run by walking at him. There are a few twos around here, if you can try and get them. He's got room to cover. Certainly towards the umpire at square leg is an opportunity. In and around there, there's a chance to a double. See how Reynolds worked this. He's been very, very patient so far. Gets one off the thigh pad. Looking for two. Won't get it. Abdul's got a good arm. Just the second sundry today. Just a single leg by. Harrison May comes on the strike. Slip and a gully come in. And a shortish cover and a short mid-wicket. Murphy's in there. He's been lively in the field today. And Courtney hit poles again. Courtney's bringing short cover in a lot shorter, about 18-20 metres off the bat, and Murphy in a short mid-wicket. He's coming into just off the edge of the second strip to the left of screen. Interesting lead from May. I don't think that missed off stump by very far. They've been very patient today. Camden taken 8 for 159 today. Really good performance. This is their 56th day. Driving. A shot from May down to the deep point. Just for the single. It's off the mark. Justin Avendano was talking on about playing boring cricket. It is. I can tell you now, it's not boring to commentate, but this attritional cricket just on relatively flat decks playing line and length. That's what it's all about. It's tough cricket out there today. Like Campbelltown, Camden are winning. Can they get this ninth? Reynolds on strike. Going straight. Interestingly here, they've got two men reasonably close on the offside, cover point, with two men covering, one at the 2 point and one at third man. Then a mid-off, Murphy on the squeeze at mid-wicket. A very straight long mid-on. It will be just on the ring if there was a one-day game. Square leg, who could shake hands with the umpire. And Rahim Abdul out here a fine leg, which is that fine leg, almost long leg, is a bit square of it. Reynolds driving. Hasn't been able to drive with much comfort today, and that's over. Reynolds is 28, Harrison May is 1. UTS North Sydney 8 for 186. It's 2:24 in the afternoon. Murphy will continue on. Very lively, good in the field. He's done an excellent job with the ball here for his skipper. I would still like to slip to May. I would still like to slip and maybe even a man under a little bit off. They're sticking with the way they want to go about it penalties, and they've certainly had set plans that aren't stuck to them. You give them credit for that. Short cover is Flynn Duncan, just on your screen there on the left-hand side. And two short men on the leg side, one at the mid-wicket, almost like two gullies, almost next to each other at the mid-wicket. Four. May comes forward, defence to Flynn Duncan. That short cover now on 8 for 186. Quick at that time, defended well by Harrison May, no run to our ball on the point. Still like a slip to make. Nicely flighted. May think he was simple, but that would be suicidal. Is there a second short cover coming in? Yes, there is. Two short covers from May now, two short wickets. Fascinating field. Quite an English field, actually. Defended. Eight for 186, 2 to go in this over from Murphy. Trying to get him to drive. There's 2 for 31 off 17. UTS North Sydney 8 for 186. Let me go around the rounds for you. Mounties in all sorts. 8 for 66, chasing Penrith 334. Sutherland 5 for 114, still behind Bankstown. Made 260 off 47 overs. West have declared at 5 for 207. That'll be an interesting run chase and see if we can take that on this afternoon. They'll need about 240 around that mark. Osman 2 for 76, chasing 153 to talk to good Owen Oval. Defended by Reynolds. Keep going through the list. As you know, Manly beat Port Northern District at Asquith. Fairfield Liverpool 6 for 156. That is still need 100 against Parramatta at Old Kings. Now, St George have been listed as declared, but there's no further scores in that game. I wonder if that game's been finished and shake of hands. Sydney 1 for 153, meaning 113 against Sydney and Jerome. Gordon, defended by Reynolds. Gordon is 6 for 158, so they've got in total 257 runs. They've got 65 in front of the University of New South Wales with 4 wickets in the shed. The Bumblebees have got a lot of time left there trying to extract priceless out of victories. Yeah, the scores from around the grounds, and of course here it's 8 for 186. Courtney bowling his 25th over in this innings. 20th today, he had 4 bowled last night. 21st today, she has 2 for 71. Reynolds trying to work that around. He succeeds in hitting it straight to Murphy. Come with 2 fieldsmen not long on and off, and the sweeper at deep forward square. Just wonder when Reynolds is going to unleash an aggressive shot here against Courtney. He's been extraordinarily patient. You think at some stage he'd want to try and score off him. 4. Driving with force, but straight down to that very straight mid-on. Personally, I must admit, I'm a big fan of the straight mid-on, especially the right arm bowler bowling over the wicket. Straight mid-on gets a lot of action. And it does let you bowl a bowl full as well. Reynolds is 28 off 86 blocks. May is 1 off 9. 8 for 186. 10 minutes from tea. Driving. Cover. No run. I wonder how many more Courtney's got in this, but I wonder if he considered giving the ball to Baker again and then try a couple of his leggies and see if he can work his man out. And there's the single he wanted, Reynolds. Vacant point area. 8-4-1-8-7 now. Justin Avendano was talking about this about half an hour ago, about talking about how powerful Reynolds is straight. And he has resisted all temptation to bop Murphy over the top. And of course, there's a high risk in that because he's got Philippa behind the him stretching on the fence. I would like to see Reynolds hit some sweepers here. He still hasn't taken one at any stage. There's 38 overs left in the day's play. We've got about 9 minutes till 2. Short. And doesn't take the run to the line, preferring to monopolise the strike. Just now Avendano was spot on. It seems more comfortable hitting straight rather than square rounds. Throws that one up. Down the pitch. Mid-wicket comes across to cut it off. No run. Still 8 for 187. Driving. Still doesn't take the single. Probably take this one, I would think. Leaving May to face 2 rocks from Murphy. Now, last over there were 2 short covers and 2 short mid wickets. That'll be the same this up with these last 2 balls to May. I think he's dropped that. Yeah. Outside edge there, beautiful delivery from Murphy. Keeper's shoulder. That's the one they wanted. Getting a fully can't take the single. So that's over. Drop chance in that over. UTS North Sydney 8 for 188. Murphy a very tight ball. 18 overs, 4 makers, 2 for 32. Reynolds is 30. Tap strike. May is 1. We're about 6 minutes short of tea. Now, if the 9th wicket falls, there will be a possible extension of half an hour under the playing conditions. At this stage, tea is scheduled for 2:40. Change in bowling of Rahim Abdul. Thought Courtney was close to the end. He's bowled a beautiful spell. That's his second longest ball today. Abdul, who produced the ball of the day, I reckon, to get rid of Jenkins. It was a C. And it's struggling just a touch with a bit of cramp here and knee soreness. Can Abdul's got the field set back mostly. particularly on the leg side, there's singles at the offing for Reynolds. There's an outside edge, and he'll be looking for two here because the Belgium's got to run around and he'll get them. First two he's got in a while, Reynolds. Racing to 32. It's a genuine Nichols, a slow ball from Abdul. Roll his fingers over it. And Reynolds good enough to get an outside edge. Again, soft hands. Comfortable shooting down a very fine third man. 3 men on the leg side. Mid-wicket back, almost to the ring, long leg. 3 men on the offside fence. 2 short covers. 2 covers, basically. A straight cover and a square cover. Abdul again. Variable bounce. Going to Jake Hainsworth there, trying to stump him, but not possible. Abdul getting some variable bounce here. It does make it difficult to bat when you're not quite sure what you can do and where the ball's going to bounce. It's chop on territory, particularly if you play horizontal bat shots where you get caught with a 45-degree bat. Reynolds is 32 off 94. Grinding away here. Pushing the sweat out of his helmet. Matthew Hayden. Something on the gloves. A couple of slow balls he say for a run ball. I reckon that's a plan. Comes the field. Down the track again, Reynolds. Again getting that up at hip height. Abdul's plans not to bowl anything fall to him. 8 for 190. We've got 3 minutes left till tea. Driving. Trouble. Gotta be trouble. And Reynolds had given up. That knee is sore. And they missed from side on. There wasn't a run there. Reynolds is actually quite sore. That left knee is worrying him. Down on his haunches at the moment, as you can see. Struggling. I'll get a bit of work on that knee and some sports drinks at tea, I reckon. Last ball of Abdul's 16th over. UTS North Sydney, 8 for 191. Reynolds is 33 and Harrison May is 1. Ball on straight from Abdul. May good enough to defend. So there should be one more over before tea here. Murphy shuffling down to the bowler's end. Very interested to see if they go after those runs against Western Suburbs or whether they just bat away. See if Penrith finished off Blacktown. 8 for 70 there. 14 balls gone, they've got 1 at least, so maybe they're not going to go hard at them. Interesting afternoon coming after tea. Just 1 minute left and Reynolds making sure this is the last over. Taking his time. A little bit behind the over here. It's both for 32 overs left to bowl this afternoon, and the fellow 35. Quicker ball from Murphy, defended by Reynolds. Almost yorked himself. Murphy's bowled in entire session. They've done a great job. Outside leg stump that time, different turning a bit, Reynolds defended. Looks like for me he's playing for T, Reynolds. He's supposed to 100 up there, and they come. Backwards where he comes into an orthodox square leg. Down the pitch, almost again Yorks himself. He's hardly bowled a wide ball today, Murph. It's been a very, very good spell. Doesn't turn it much, but he gets enough. Down the pitch again to him, Reynolds. I'm sure one ball here until T. Really fascinating search of cricket. And defence, and that will be T. Just wondering if they're going to extend play because they've declared that Campbell's not coming out. That's going to be a very interesting conversation for the umpires here because technically it's T. And it is in fact T. We'll go off, so at 8 for 191, we'll go off air for a while and come back with you for the final session of play. UTS North Sydney are 191 for 8 and they're 86 to win this afternoon. Back with you soon. I did West beat Belmont.
I don't know. The low score shit itself.
Yes.
I was Belmont for 90 last, so I thought I heard 1 for 30 somewhere.
Okay. And is the wicket okay at Townsend? Do you think Stockton will go okay this afternoon?
Do it up there. They're both poorly. Yeah, Stockton's got this. Yeah, later. Yeah, it's just a terrible batting. The bowling is absolutely.
Okay. All right, my friend. Have a good luck with the rest of the broadcast. I'll speak to you during the week.
All right, mate. See ya.
Bye bye. Welcome back to North Sydney Oval. Campbelltown Camden's ground their way into a great position. North Sydney are 8 for 191. They're still chasing 277. Tim Reynolds was been resolute, 103 balls for his 33. Harrison May stayed with him for a little while. One nut out of 12. What you would think that Campbelltown Camden will be after a quick kill here. Again, we do not know if James Campbell will be batting. James is unwell, particularly unwell. And I don't know the full details of that, and I wouldn't breach it anyway, because he's just not well at the moment, so I'll have to wait and see what happens. So they've listed that roughly about now is going to be rolling. In fact, 2 years that handicap comes off. I'm going to get your pads on quickly, my son. Otherwise, I'll time you out if you're not in a hurry. So, Abdul will be taking the ball from the Bob stand in. This will be the 69th over of the innings. The Bears are 8 for 191. You'd think would be well on their way, Campbelltown Camden, to a very satisfying first innings victory. Courtney 25 overs, 2 for 72. Abdul 1 for 43 off 16. Freeman 2 for 20 off 5. Baker none for 23 off 3. Jacob Murphy 19 overs, 2 for 32. Batsman Nares 35, Atherton 15, Jacket 41, Jenkins the skipper 29, Greenslade 10, Reynolds is 33, Knight 11, Fletcher May 11, Sam Alexander 3. Harrison May is 1, Tim Reynolds 33, there are 2 extras, 1 wide and 1 leg by. And we are ready to go, just about ready to go here with Reynolds to take strike. How many more twisted turns is it this afternoon got? Not sure what the umpires are saying here. Getting the right man on strike, so that'll be Harrison May on strike, that's right, because Reynolds placed the last over. I wonder if Reynolds is trying to force 50 there. A little skullduggery perhaps. So going on the attack here, which I like to see, the deep point's gone, which is necessary. 2 slips and a gully, point short, cover mid off, mid on. Forward square leg now is Murphy and long leg over to our left. We're right to go. The third and final session of today and the 6th session of play in this game. What's going to happen in the next 10, 15, 20 minutes? Not sure what the delay is. Sorted it and we're ready to go. Abdul bowling to Harrison May. That'll be a dead ball. Pulls away from the crease. And we lock and load. Once more. 2 minutes late, but that's okay. Inside edge, driven to mid on. No run. 2 orthodox slips, orthodox gully, point shortish cover, about 20 metres off the bat when he's finished. Mid off and mid on, as they've been all day, pretty much on the ring. And Murphy's ducked around to be shaking hands with the umpire at forward square. Not a long leg covering the inside edge. That's 4. Nice little edge from, nice little back cut almost from Harrison May. That's a bit for the infield here, that's 4. So 4 runs made, 8 for 195 the score. Quite a delicate shot there from a number 10. Door just bowling the wrong length and width there. Can they find a way of putting 30 or 40 on here, putting some pressure back on Campbelltown? Abdul again. Driving. Possibility a single, but Reynolds said no thanks. Take some strike here. Just for those of you interested, New Zealand has been pogoed by England. England's beaten them by 267 runs in the day-night test at Mount Maganelli. Broad and Anderson 4 each day. It resulted for 126 in the second innings, of which Darryl Mitchell made 57 knocks. So a terrific performance. And looking at the ball here, are they? Just found something that's gone to the umpire on the ground. And again, England rolling on 5.5 and 6 and over, changing the way Test cricket's been played. So England win by 267 at Mount Maganelli. Another dot ball, May getting in behind it, looking very solid. And Flynn Duncombe has put back the third man in the deep point, giving a single away to Harrison May. He wants it. 2 balls left in this over, 8 for 195. Little touch there from Abdul. Reynolds not moving from his crease. It's 2-day cricket. There's no need. May's got 1 to face this over. Beautifully bowled Abdul. He's bowled that well today. When he's got his lead cutter right, he's been almost unplayable. Abdul 1 for 47 off 17. The Bears are 8 for 195. You can see he comes on and bowls now. There are a couple of different players warming up that I've seen, but they're going to continue with Murphy. He's changed shirts to his long sleeve variety. And Reynolds has played him very carefully. I mean, he's only got about 2.4 it over. I just wonder whether he's going to start playing a few shots to Murphy or just continue to bat him out. At some stage you would think he's going to have to take him on. Murphy bowling to Reynolds here in outfield. 4, and there he goes. That's 6. There might be an answer. Full toss, however, first ball. Reynolds is 39, 8 for 201, so they're into the 200s, the Bears. What does Reynolds do? Goes onto the back foot, but the ball's very slow, and he just bunts it back down the pitch to Murphy. 2 shortish mid wickets, a short cutter, backward point, mid on in the ring. Short. That might be 6 more. That's massive. Go fetch that one. That one's gone to Sydney Harbour. That is out of the ground, I reckon. We may have a delay here. I am sure that's gone over. Yep. Umpire signaling. That is a massive bomb. That has gone out of the ground. We could have a delay here. Eight for 207 now. Reynolds moves on to 45 in a real hurry. So there's your answer, perhaps. We'll have a delay here with players going to search for the ball. And that being the case, we'll go off air for a minute and come back with you shortly. And in fact, the ball has not gone out of the ground. We'll stay with you. Must have gone very close. Either that or someone's thrown it back from the outside. So Murphy hit for 2 6s in 4 balls. 3 balls, actually. Reynolds 2 very good pull, 1 good pull shot and 1 sort of pull drive to the mid-wicket fence. Using his feet again, Murphy, Green, brave, throwing it up. Now Waddell wants the single, I would have thought, Reynolds, if he can find one. He can't. And that's over. Is that over? Scoreboard says it is, but it's not. Still 1 to go on the over. I apologise. I was looking at the board over here and it did say 5 gone. Onto the back foot. cut shot to cover. It's 12 off the over. 8 for 207. 70 to win. Reynolds is 45. That's a big over. 12 runs off that one. May's 5. 207 for 80. An unlikely 70 for victory, but you just never know. May has just got to figure out a way to push the occasional single, put the ball on the ground, and if the outdoor beats him outside off stump, so be it. He's just got to defend his stumps. That's 4 more for May. Goes on the dab, down to third man, and I reckon there'll be a change in the field shortly. That's 2 boundaries in the last 10 minutes from Abdul on that dab shot from May. Takes him to 9, and for 211. Sydney starting out well in this last session. 2 4s and 2 6s in the last 10 minutes. Back goes the third man. Oh, lovely clip off the leads. 1 should be a double. Reynolds should be back for 2. And he is. Sydney got very positive after tea. Drive, no run, no picking up in confidence. I've put on 22 since the adjournment, I believe. 2 6s, 2 4 and a 2. Standing up here in North Sydney, what's becoming a pretty good game of cricket. Shorter. Hold his fingers over that one. Worked a point by May safely. Reynolds is 45. May 11. 8 for 213 in the 71st over. Back goes deep point. Taken. Abdul takes the catch. That may be game, set and match, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think James Campbell's coming up. It's a catch taken at gully. May's furious with himself. I think this might be done and dusted. Umpire's shaking hands. We're just waiting to see confirmation for this. Yeah, they're coming out. That looks like it. So James Campbell's going to be a DNB. So University of UTS North Sydney end up 213 for 9 with James Campbell at DNB. And that is, it's all over. Campbelltown, an excellent win. Winning by 63 runs. Wickets shared actually. I'll go through that for you. Abdul 2 for 53, Courtney 2 for 72, Freeman 2 for 20, Jacob Murphy 2 for 44 and a run out. And an excellent performance from Campbelltown. Just running through the batting card for you before we bid you adieu for the day. Dylan Mayers 35, Brent Atherton 15, Thomas Jaggett 41, Matt Jenkins 29, James Greenslade 10, Timothy Reynolds not out 45, Oliver Knight 11, Jacob Murphy 11, Sam Alexander 3, Harrison May out for 11, James Campbell unwell and could not bat. Luke Courtney 2 for 72, Rahim Abdul 2 for 53, Ryan Friedman 2 for 20, Nathan Bagan up for 23, Jacob Murphy 2 for 44. It's been an absolute privilege being here today with you. Campbelltown, Camden, an excellent win by 63 runs. Thanks to the North Sydney Cricket Club and their wonderful sponsors. Thank you, Sarah Berman, everyone for having me. It's been an absolute privilege being here. But for now, it's good afternoon. I hope you have a lovely rest of the season. My name's David Red and it's been a privilege being here. And as I said, for now, until I catch you next time, it's goodbye.